Fox News anchor Pete Hegseth becomes Secretary of Defense, despite his love affair with the sound of war drums. Apparently, experience in military analysis on cable news now qualifies you to manage the world's largest defense budget. Who knew?
Sorbitol sweetener, hailed as a zero-calorie miracle, now linked to liver disease, proving once again that free comes at a cost. Looks like the price of guilt-free candy is a free ride to the hepatologist. Sweet deal, huh?
White House doctor releases Trump's MRI results, claiming the scans reveal nothing unusual, which might be the most transparent thing in his career.
Georgian authorities spray WWI-era chemical on protesters, claiming it's just old-fashioned crowd control. When your protest suppression strategy is straight out of a history book, maybe it's time to update your tactics, not your weapons.
Valve admits Steam machines' 8 GB graphics RAM could limit 4K gaming, but promises fun at lower resolutions.
New York Islanders higher popularity as Israel, then strip pop versus gold. When your need gets out but your spirit doesn't, you're redefining hustle with a side of stubborn defiance.
Sharpshooter hits 27 targets in 7.53 seconds, then does it again. When life gives you targets, some folks just make confetti. Precision isn't just for surgeons, folks.
Trump declares Venezuelan airspace closed because who needs diplomacy when you can just play air traffic controller? It's like a toddler claiming a sandbox, except this sandbox has international implications and no one brought a shovel.
Trump closes Venezuelan airspace entirely because nothing says diplomatic finesse like slamming the door on your neighbor's skies. It's like grounding a teenager for sneaking out, except this time the stakes are international and involve less eye-rolling.
Only 14% of Strategy's stockholders trust its vision, and CEO calls it a market correction. When your strategy involves convincing investors that selling is smart, maybe it's time to rethink the whole trust us with your money angle.
When your corporate apple cart gets upset in Europe, it's less about innovation and more about dodging the rotten fruits of accountability.
Sri Lankan government reports Cyclone Ditwa death toll at 334, claims swift recovery. When nature's fury meets human frailty, the only thing slower than disaster relief is the government's ability to count with compassion.
Pope Leo demands two-state solution for Israel-Palestine, preaches peace from 20,000 feet. When your prayers are aimed at politicians, it's best to have a parachute ready for the fall from their promises.
University of California. Irvine discovers new quantum matter, promises space tech revolution. When science meets science fiction, we're left wondering if warp drives or just more buffering are on the horizon.
Cyber Monday flaunts 321 deals, promises best of 2025. When consumerism turns into an Olympic sport, the winners are always the ones selling the tickets.
Wall Street welcomes Zendesk CEO, stocks plunge 12%. Inviting a tech CEO to talk stability is like asking the fox to guard the henhouse, expect feathers and financial chaos.
EU governments neglect old landfills, then act shocked by toxic leaks. Is it a surprise when decades-old trash comes back to haunt us? Seems like the real waste was in political oversight.
Iran fines US $22 billion, then forgets about their own human rights record. It's like blaming the mirror for your bad hair day, except this time the stakes are human lives and billions in cash.
It's like insisting your sundial's accurate, while the rest of the world has moved on to smartphones. Time waits for no town stuck in the past.
Dignitas founder departs via assisted suicide at 92, proving life's final chapter can still be a personal choice. In a world where autonomy often checks out early, he penned his own ending with dignity. No clumsy edits from fate or bureaucracy.
DHS Acting Chief Security Officer's real name revealed as Iwana B. Horin, and the conspiracy theorists are disappointed it's not an anagram. Turns out, even in the shadowy corridors of power, sometimes a name is just a name. No hidden codes or secret identities here. Sorry, QAnon.
Israeli army kills 70,000 in Gaza, calls it defense, and the social fabric unravels like a tattered flag. When your right to exist means obliterating another's, maybe it's time to rethink the fine print on that moral high ground.
Only 1% of Germans resisted Hitler, and history still calls it bravery. Turns out, the bare minimum for decency is a monument-worthy act when the world's gone mad. Keep that bar low, folks.
University punishes trans educator for discrimination, then ignores students' transphobia. Apparently, the real crime here is standing up to hate while being visibly different. Welcome to the upside-down world of higher education.
Mother Nature's latest performance art, grounded travelers and snowed-in cities with a side of rain-soaked capitals. Enjoy the chaos, courtesy of climate change.
Only 12% of new music captures attention, and A. Spade calls it a breakthrough. When every track is a tear-soaked monologue, and you're drowning in hashtags, finding the beat might as well be a mythic quest.
When your veggies come with a side of superbugs, maybe it's time to rethink the farm-to-table movement. Who knew salads could be the new supervillains?
Trump lashes out at Ilhan Omar, insists Somalis aren't welcome, then praises his own diversity record. In a plot twist only he could script, Trump's version of diversity seems to exclude anyone who challenges his reality TV worldview. Who knew xenophobia could be rebranded as patriotism?
Trump, 79, denies comment then forgets instantly, calls it strategic silence. When even your memories on a coffee break, every refusal becomes a Schrodinger's statement, both said and unsaid, a quantum conundrum in a red tie.
When you're trying to ground flights with a tweet, you might as well tell the clouds to keep off your lawn.
Virginia bar declines to investigate Halligan, hoping future offenses will be impossible to ignore. In a stunning display of judicial optimism, the Virginia bar bets on future scandals as a disciplinary strategy. Who knew professional oversight could double as a crystal ball reading?
Trump administration to unveil fuel economy standards Wednesday claims they'll revolutionize climate change denial. In a bold move, the administration promises a future where gas guzzlers roam free, making dinosaurs proud and the planet sweat.
Indiana Republican pledges no vote on redistricting after Trump's ableist slur. Trump's linguistic gymnastics finally hit an obstacle, a conscience. Who knew empathy could be a political game changer?
Only 10% of jazz albums make it to the mainstream, and industry execs call this diversity. In a year of jazz renaissance, labels still manage to squeeze innovation into a tiny box, proving old habits die harder than a bebop riff.
Imran Khan remains isolated in Pakistan jail, while officials call it humane treatment.
Ganavan warns One Nation endangers liberals, while e-bike rider dies meeting a garbage truck. When your political compass is threatened by One Nation, it's like fearing a goldfish might flood the fishbowl. Priorities, folks.
Because nothing says mature decision-making like handing a teenager a concealed weapon and hoping for the best.
AI-driven virtual power plant scheduling promises efficiency, but results in more corporate control. Harnessing the power of AI to ensure you still pay for electricity while they profit from your data.
Eric Kazatsky touts growth in municipal ETFs, but nobody mentions the potholes they won't fill. It's like bragging about your fancy new shoes while the road's still full of cracks. Glamour won't fix infrastructure, darling.
Tech giants promise savings during Cyber Monday, but prices remain sky high. A day of so-called deals where your wallet empties faster than your phone battery, all in the name of digital independence.
Only 30% of USAID's projects survive while ex-employees juggle the pieces. When government cuts/aid, it's the unsung heroes picking up the slack, proving compassion is not a line item.
Jane Birkin redefined It Girl without trying, but her true legacy isn't just in style. While everyone swoons over her mesh bags, it's her fearless authenticity that stitched the real cultural fabric. Fashion fades, but gutsy individuality never goes out of style.
When billionaires play Monopoly with real companies, it's the little guys who get stuck on.
Caroline Leavitt admits fake news issue, but blames everyone else. When your credibility's as shaky as a Jenga tower in an earthquake, it's easier to blame the bricks than your clumsy hands.
ChatGPT, launched 3 years ago, now answers more questions than most teachers. But remember, it's the only chatbot that knows your secrets better than your best friend. Just don't ask it to pick your lottery numbers. It's not that kind of magic.
Ukraine loses 11 recruits to war, and the optimism of youth gets buried in the trenches. When fresh faces become faded memories, the cost of war is measured in dreams that never got a chance to grow old.
Maybe if we could sing a catchy pop tune, they'd reconsider.
Amazon slashes prices by 57%, calls it a steal, while you steal your own time scrolling through deals you never needed. When shopping becomes a sport and discounts are the new opiates, the real theft is the hours we surrender to the altar of consumerism.
Flea debuts solo jazz track A Plea, promises full album in 2026, but fans still expect Californication. Trading in his sock on cock for a trumpet, Flea's jazz detour might just be a midlife crisis in musical form.
Honduras Electoral Authority declares a technical tie, then watches democracy dangle like a piñata at a never-ending fiesta. When politics becomes a circus and every vote's a juggling act, the real losers are the citizens left spinning in circles of uncertainty.
Polish president vetoes crypto regulation law, then claims he's safeguarding freedom by leaving digital chaos unchecked. In a world where bits are currency, this veto is like giving toddlers the keys to the candy store and hoping they don't overdose on sugar and speculation.
U.S. options market confronts concentration risk, while banks play Jenga with financial stability. When your financial safety net is a handful of banks, it's like trusting a single bungee cord to hold the weight of Wall Street's ego.
Amma's official son dies in Rafah tunnel escape because diplomacy is too mainstream. In this tragic twist of subterranean fate, the young man found that life underground isn't just a metaphor for political maneuvering.
Trump says nothing on Taiwan after Xi chat. When the loudest voice in the room takes a break, sometimes it's the best.
Boston mayor demands higher taxes amid office slump because squeezing blood from stones is the new urban planning. Apparently, the strategy is to make sure the city's buildings are as empty as its promises.
Fourth, Russia-linked tanker attacked in a week, and Moscow blames maritime weather. Looks like the Black Sea's forecast calls for scattered explosions with a high chance of geopolitical tension.
Thousands demand Spanish PM resigns over corruption, while he claims his innocence is waterproof. When your political career is sinking faster than a lead balloon, maybe it's time to abandon ship, not just the press conference.
Real Madrid stumbled to third straight draw, proving that even royals can have a royal mess. The only thing more consistent than their draws is their ability to draw out excuses.
The White House ignores Tennessee voters, then wonders why polls show discontent. When you're too busy flipping burgers to flip voters, expect the grill to get hotter by 2026.
When Mother Nature decides to play airport roulette, better pack patience and a warm blanket for those terminal naps.
Only 5% of pop songs manage to be catchy without lyrics, and Fearless Kapoor's 5602 calls it a triumph. When it comes to seduction, sometimes the only thing you need to strip away is the words.
YouTube claims kids less safe under Australia ban, then touts its own control. When a tech giant worries about safety, it usually means they're worried about their bottom line taking a hit.
Russia reports hundreds of endangered seals dead, calls it a mystery. In a world where nature's tragedies are labeled mysteries, the real enigma is our persistent ignorance and the industrial footprints leading to the scene.
Decades of heartbreak, inquiries, and legal battles have left the families of the 97 victims waiting for accountability that seems to have been lost in the fog of bureaucracy.
Rachel Reeves allegedly misleads on economic forecasts, accused of lying before budget. When truth becomes a budget line item, the numbers we should worry about are the ones they didn't want us to see.
In the wild world of showbiz, it turns out the path to Grammy glory might just run through the oddest back alleys, proving that even legends need to get their hands a little dirty sometimes.
MIT report claims AI can replace nearly 12% of US workforce, but jobs still require human touch. When AI starts taking coffee breaks, maybe then we'll worry about our jobs truly being at risk. Until then, keep your barista close.
Trump urged Japan's PM to avoid escalating China dispute, then tweeted insults at Beijing. Diplomacy with a side of Twitter tantrum when your foreign policy comes with more drama than a reality TV reunion.
Only 30% of universities address grad student mental health, and memes are the new data source. When your best therapy is a meme, maybe the system needs more than a like button to fix its priorities.
India's cricket team nearly clinches a win with Tilak Varma's spectacular catch attempt, but almost doesn't fill the trophy cabinet. In the game of cricket, almost is a word that keeps fans perched on the edge of their seats, while players are left pondering what might have been. Tilak Varma's near miss is a reminder that glory in sports is often just a fingertip away.
Senator Mark Kelly calls Trump and Hegseth not serious people after they propose moon golf. When your political rivals are pitching lunar sports, perhaps they're more spaced out than spaced in.
Barrick Mining Corp proposes IPO for Nevada gold mines while rivals eye the prize. When your investment strategy is to play hot potato with gold, you know capitalism's glittering allure has reached new depths.
American manufacturers contract for 9th month, but tariffs are the gift that keeps on taking.
In a world where a copper coin can't buy a gumball, it took 2 centuries to realize its worthlessness.
When divine intervention is less likely than a politician's honesty, you know faith is the real miracle.
When your winter wonderland is a puddle, maybe it's time to trade snowflakes for sandcastles.
Egypt trains hundreds of Palestinians for future Gaza police force, but the paycheck comes from Ramallah. It's like getting a mail-order diploma, but still having to pay student loans to a far-off campus. The Gaza Strip gets the badges, but the West Bank holds the purse strings. A tale of 2 cities with 1 wallet.
AI reviewers flood preprint sites, but academia still clutches its red pen. When your peer review is a robot with a PhD, it's time to question if we're upgrading science or just automating rejection emails.
Video call glitches disrupt life-changing moments, but the tech industry calls it progress. When your career hinges on a pixelated smile and a buffering judge, maybe it's time to reevaluate our digital dependency.
CAR therapy send autoimmune diseases into remission, but Big Pharma won't celebrate losing customers. When healing becomes a threat to profits, you know the medical world is upside down. Let's hope they don't get a cure for greed next.
When the government plays fast and loose with justice, it's the workers who need protection from the people meant to safeguard it.
Tesla sets Norway's annual car sales record, yet Norway's oil fields keep pumping. Electric dreams and fossil fuel realities play a high-stakes game of tug-of-war. While one hand reaches for a green future, the other stays elbow-deep in black gold. Norway's eco-consciousness is caught in a petroleum paradox.
Electric cars outsell gas guzzlers in July, but oil execs call it a passing trend. When the dinosaurs are running the show, they can't help but bet on fossils, can they?
Epstein files set for release this month, and elites brace for public outrage.
Early Honduras election results show Trump-backed man ahead, but democracy lags behind. In the land of lost ballots and found dictators, Honduras plays a familiar tune. With Trump's shadow lurking in Latin America, democracy becomes a game of musical chairs where the music never stops.
Ice target.
Tim Meadows nearly refused SNL sketch, then did it anyway.
Google announces second Android 16 release in 2025. In a world where apps update faster than human rights, Google ensures your phone software is more cutting edge than your democracy.
Canadian musicians face tour disruptions, yet Listen Canadian remains a question. While Canadian bacon and maple syrup cross borders with ease, musicians hit walls thicker than the Berlin kind. Maybe we should just start smuggling guitar riffs in syrup bottles.
Cyber Monday promises best deals of 2025, solves nothing for the planet. When consumerism becomes our religion, Cyber Monday is the high holy day, sanctifying the worship of stuff over substance.
Putin arrives in India, and New Delhi juggles US-Russia diplomacy. In a world where political tightrope walking is an Olympic sport, India's hoping to win gold. Maybe Putin's bringing a balalaika to serenade both sides into submission.
When rappers become critics of each other's biopics, it's like watching a soap opera produced by the Ministry of Redundant Entertainment.
Rapper Porous to See dies at 26 and authorities call it an incident. In the music industry's cutthroat game, even life demands a disclaimer. When the truth is too raw, they wrap it in air quotes and hope no one notices the bloodstains.
Family of victim files formal complaint in Trump drug boat killing, and the administration labels it a misunderstanding.
Netanyahu requests formal pardon for corruption charges, claiming it's all politics. When your defense sounds like a plot twist from a soap opera, maybe it's time to change the channel.
Amazon promotes December 5th music releases, claims it's about the arts. When corporate giants curate your playlists, remember, even your earbuds are caught in the web of capitalism.
Only 2% of global emissions reduction promises are fulfilled, but over 1,100 die in Asian floods. The climate crisis doesn't pause for empty pledges and handshakes. It drowns in action with every deluge.
Bitcoin investors claim power over the dollar, but volatility remains the norm. Digital assets are the new playground for power-hungry nations, proving that in the world of finance, the only constant is chaos dressed in blockchain chic.
Israeli drones strike Gaza, killing 2 brothers, and peace talks remain an annual charade. In a world where lives are collateral, the cycle of violence spins like a broken record, never skipping a beat.
Canada joins EU military procurement fund despite its own defense budget woes. It's like joining a gym membership when you can't even afford sneakers. But hey, at least Canada can now window shop for tanks with the cool kids.
Jane's Addictions Stop hits airwaves, yet politicians ignore the anthem's plea for change. When rock screams for revolution but power naps through the noise, it's just another day in the land of the deaf.
Only 10% of centenarians strength train, yet they claim to feel decades younger. When a 100-year-old lifts more than your motivational speaker, it's time to rethink your excuses.
Glitchy video calls erode trust, but video platforms claim it's a feature. Turns out, buffering isn't just annoying, it's a trust fall without the catching. Who knew digital stutter could make you look like a shady character in the age of perfect pixels?
Skeet Ulrich lands, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 role, thanks to Matthew Lillard's scream-worthy connections. Because nothing says career revival like diving into the animatronic horror of a video game movie sequel. From Ghostface masks to haunted mascots, Hollywood really knows how to keep us on edge.
Just when you thought you had one brain to worry about, now your intestines are getting in on the action, plotting their own existential crises.
Corp doubts any deal to extend healthcare aid, while voters clutch their medical bills like life rafts. When a party's pessimism is the only thing not expiring, maybe it's time for a political checkup. Stat.
Trump declares Biden auto-open pardons void, proving even forgiveness needs a personal touch in 2025. In a move that screams, "I don't trust robots," Trump flexes his power by erasing mercy with a wave of his own pen. Who knew the real scandal was in the signature?
While the ocean thrives, we're busy setting the world ablaze like pyromaniacs, with a grudge against future generations.
Amazon lists I can see Christmas at $20, insists it's the gift of the season. Because nothing says festive spirit like a $20 reminder that even your holiday cheer comes with a price tag.
Simple thyroid check claims to cut autism risk, yet the real question is, will it cut the profits of Big Pharma? If only a basic blood test could solve all our parenting worries, but until then, we're still stuck with overpriced prenatal vitamins and the anxiety of parenthood.
Border Patrol stormed Arizona aid site without warrant, claiming national security. Apparently compassion is now contraband and helping the vulnerable.
When your fire alarms are as reliable as a politician's promise, you need a hero with a smartphone and nerves of steel.
Trump exploits anti-Semitism claims to muzzle free speech, but tomorrow's gag will be wrapped in a different flag. Like a magician with a deck of fear cards, he'll shuffle in a new threat to distract from the disappearing act of democracy.
The EU demands 70% of critical goods be European-made, calls it independence. Because nothing says freedom like putting up trade walls while the global economy plays a game of Jenga on a rickety table.
India retracts pre-installed iPhone app demand and privacy gets a rare victory lap. When Big Brother tries to move in, even the sleekest tech giants find themselves dodging a digital Trojan horse in their backyard.
Australian miners ramp up gold exploration as prices soar, call it opportunity. Digging deeper for gold while the planet burns, it's like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic with the shiny new pickaxe.
Only 23% of preteens sleep well, and smartphones are stealing their dreams. When your childhood is a never-ending scroll, your pillow becomes a battleground between sanity and a screen-lit abyss.
Lagarde promises inflation near 2% soon, ignores tariff turmoil. It's like promising a steady diet of kale while a burger-scented breeze wafts through. The numbers look good, but the stomach knows better.
Congress debates 19 online safety bills, while activists argue for digital freedom. Imagine locking the internet behind a velvet rope where only the age-verified elite may enter. Suddenly, the information age feels more like a bouncer's paradise.
Cheryl Hines appears with Melania Trump amid RFK Jr.'s sexting scandal, calls it a ladies' day out. When political scandals meet reality TV alliances, you know the real housewives of Washington is just one scandal away.
In a 2016 video, Hegseth insists U.S. troops won't follow unlawful orders from the president. It's comforting to know that even in a world of power plays, the military might just be the last bastion of, hey, that's not right logic.
South Africa's financial reform dangles a $293 billion carrot, but only if it transforms its financial system. Like promising a unicorn ride if you just believe hard enough, except the unicorn's been on break since 1994.
Missouri lawmakers redraw district lines, then quote Air Bud in debates. Because when democracy's on the line, who better to consult than a dog who plays basketball? It's a slam dunk for absurdity.
Redditor Blackmoose drops a nostalgia bomb with Crosby, Stills, Nash's Helplessly Hoping, a folk rock classic that's as haunting as the 60s dreams we're still chasing. It's like hearing the echoes of a revolution that never quite got its encore, still waiting for the world to catch up.
Global markets shed points, then finance bros blame Mercury retrograde. When the stock roller coaster dips, it's always the universe's fault, not the unchecked greed that built the ride.
Sri Lanka braces for more floods after torrential rain kills hundreds, while Iran faces drought and US temperatures drop 10 degrees below normal. Mother Nature's mood swings make the Weather Channel look like a game of roulette. Spin the wheel and see which disaster you get today.
China deploys AI for surveillance, then calls it justice. When algorithms become the new guard dogs, freedom feels less like a right and more like a glitch in the matrix.
Federal judge halts immigration arrest in D.C. sans warrants, but ICE insists it's just more red tape. When even judges are telling ICE to slow their roll, maybe it's time to rethink the whole arrest first, ask questions later approach.
Epstein survivors support bill revealing bank records exposing hidden wealth. When the skeletons in the closet come with bank statements, justice has a chance to balance its books.
Hegseth laughs off boat strikes as Congress intensifies investigations because nothing says leadership like mocking potential disasters.
French journalists' unions sue Israel over press obstruction because silencing critics is the new diplomatic handshake. When press freedom is treated like an optional side dish, don't be surprised if democracy loses its appetite.
Trump pardons reality TV star, calls it justice. When presidential power meets primetime drama.
India wins bid to host 2030 Commonwealth Games, where sportsmanship meets smog in the world's largest democracy. Get ready for a marathon of bureaucracy and cricket diplomacy, where medals might be made of recycled red tape.
Hegseth vows more boat strikes, insists legality is a minor detail. Apparently, sinking narcobots is the new hobby for those who think international law is just a suggestion.
OpenAI deletes pirated book datasets, blames transparency. When AI plays hide and seek with copyright, it's a plot twist worthy of a mystery novel, minus the happy ending for authors.
US reveals peace plan predicts conflict resolution by never. It's like handing out peace pamphlets at a boxing match, well-intentioned, but someone's still throwing punches.
Reddit user posts art, asks for critique, gets emojis.
Federal authorities target Somali immigrants, claim it's about security, because nothing screams national safety like singling out a community that's already weathered more storms than a Minnesota winter.
Black Friday online sales hit $11.8 billion. AI calls it a holiday miracle. When even ChatGPT is your personal shopper, the future of retail isn't just digital, it's a blind date with your credit card and an algorithm.
Earth Overshoot Day arrives in July, calls it progress. Congratulations, humanity. We've managed to max out our planet's credit card faster than ever. Time to start selling off the moon for spare parts.
When Operation Midway Blitz sounds like a vintage video game but feels like a bureaucratic wall, you know compassion's just a glitch in the system.
Ilhan Omar slams Trump's tirade against Somali community, calls it a cry for help. When your president's best foreign policy is alienating Americans, it's time to question if the Oval Office doubles as a circus tent.
Only 20% of businesses embrace tech and CEOs call it innovation. In 2025, if your bakery isn't powered by AI or your plumber isn't booking through bots, you might as well be churning butter in the Stone Age.
Australia plans to boot millions of teens from social media starting December 10.
Pentagon blocks major outlets from news briefings claiming security concerns. If transparency means whispering secrets in a locked room, someone should remind them that the door's supposed to be open.
U.S. Defense Chief denies seeing survivors before second strike, claims ignorance. When your job is to oversee the world's largest military, maybe it's time to invest in a pair of binoculars or at least a moral compass.
Only 30% of Wall Street execs trust surveillance data, and Bloomberg calls it confidence. When the fox guards the henhouse, expect more feathers than facts in your investment portfolio.
U.S. Defense Secretary claims ignorance before second strike, says no survivors seen. When your vision's 2025 but your conscience is legally blind, maybe it's time to get a new prescription.
Israel targets Al-Shifa hospital like military systems, reveals chilling priorities. When hospitals become battlefields and resilience means reopening under fire, it's clear some leaders need a crash course in humanity, not warfare.
Only 30% of blue states match red states in birth rate, and conservatives call it a moral victory. When reproduction becomes a political strategy, maybe it's time to question who's really getting played in this demographic chess game.
Google leverages your data trove, calls it an AI advantage. When your life is a spreadsheet and algorithms are the accountants, privacy becomes an endangered species while profit parties like it's 2099.
India demands tech giants preload state-run apps, claiming it's for national unity. When your government's tech policy reads like an arranged marriage, choice is just a word in the dictionary.
RBC forecasts double-digit S&P 500 gains in 2026, defying economic gravity. When optimism's the drug, Wall Street's the addict, and reality's just a pesky side effect to be ignored.
When democracy's cornerstone is chipped away by efficiency's chisel, you know the scales of justice are now just a fashion accessory for Lady Liberty.
Sabrina Carpenter condemns White House's evil use of music, calling out a twisted remix of art and politics. When your tunes become propaganda, it's like serving cotton candy at a demolition derby, sweet, sticky, and utterly wrong.
Following mixed stock market with optimistic cash flow forecast, dodging past turbulence for a first-class ticket to Wall Street's favor. When the future looks bright, the stock market forgets your past crashes faster than a goldfish in a jet stream.
Only 15% of Americans save more for retirement, and Wall Street calls it a success story. When retirement planning is a fairy tale for the rich and a horror story for the rest, you know the American dream has turned into a dystopian nightmare.
When your reputation's on trial, sometimes even the court can't spin a good story out of a lousy plotline.
VADA proves space manufacturing works but now aims to make it boring. When even the stars can't keep you entertained, you know capitalism's found a way to turn the cosmos into a cubicle.
Netanyahu requests pardon mid-corruption trial, then claims he's a victim of injustice. In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, the man who held power for decades now plays the damsel in distress card, proving even the mighty can master the art of irony.
Apple refuses India's order to preload Sanchar Sasathi, citing privacy risks. When big tech is the one standing up for your privacy, you know the fox has started guarding the henhouse.
Africa's forests emit more carbon than they absorb, turning climate ally into foe. When the lungs of the planet start exhaling smoke, maybe it's time to stop playing with matches.
Trump declares Somalis unwelcome in US as ICE targets Minnesota, then claims to champion freedom. The land of liberty, where the Statue of Liberty's torch flickers under the weight of selective welcome mats and xenophobia masquerades as patriotism.
The SOHO mission discovered 5,000 comets after surviving a near-fatal glitch, defying its 2-year expiration date. Like an interstellar rock star on a comeback tour, SOHO's still kicking and spotting cosmic dust balls.
Trump promises to release MRI results but confesses he has no idea which body part was scanned. In a plot twist worthy of a medical mystery series, the 79-year-old president keeps us guessing if it's his head, heart, or just his ego on display.
White House Tech Advisor Channel's benefits to Silicon Valley elite, claiming it's for innovation. When the fox guards the henhouse, the hens might as well sign up for tech incubators, turning eggs into venture capital, all in the name of progress.
Met Office issues amber warning for Wales, predicts extensive flooding by Monday. Apparently, the Met Office has decided to swap the Welsh dragon for a rubber duck, inviting residents to paddle through their weekend plans.
ICE arrests several protesters after a raid thwarted, calls it a victory. In the land of liberty, blocking a garage is now an act of rebellion worthy of arrest, because nothing says freedom like handcuffs for human rights.
In a world drowning in canned laughter, true alternative comedy is the last refuge for those allergic to laugh tracks and seeking the sweet rebellion of punchlines that defy the sitcom script.
OBR chair quits after budget document leaks early, cites serious error. When your job is to predict economic chaos and you cause it instead, it's time to bow out gracefully, or at least technically.
Only 30% of Redditors finish what they start, and Empty Barson 999 calls it a learning curve. In the grand quest of online DIY, half-finished projects are the true digital currency, trading in procrastination and good intentions.
ECB pressures Italy to rethink gold plan, fearing national treasure becomes government piggy bank. Turning gold reserves into a political slush fund is like melting the family silver to pay for a politician's new yacht, shiny but not so smart.
Treasuries slump with corporate bonds surge, then call it a sign of health.
Only 2% of Cyber Monday deals actually save money, and retailers call it a consumer paradise. Ah, the annual ritual where we sacrifice our savings on the altar of retail gods, all for the promise of a Dyson that'll still suck next year.
Joe Biden to be honored in LGBTQ+ event despite recent flubs on trans rights. Awarding Biden for LGBTQ+ contributions is like giving a gold medal to a gymnast who forgot their routine. The intention's there, but execution's wobbly.
Dow futures drop after rally, then investors cry volatility. It's a stock market's version of a hangover. Binge on gains, wake up to regret, and blame it all on the November blues.
Chelsea hosts Arsenal, promises drama, delivers 90 minutes of existential dread. In the modern gladiatorial arena, fans are the real losers, clutching overpriced snacks while the gods of football toy with their hopes.
When the press is silenced, truth becomes a hostage, and the only sound left is the rustle of censored pages in a democracy's graveyard.
Only 2% of playlist followers reciprocate, and influencers call it engagement. In the digital echo chamber, friendship is measured in clicks, and loyalty lasts as long as the next scroll, where authenticity is just another hashtag.
Indonesia floods claim over 500 lives, yet climate action remains a pipe dream. As waters rise and leaves are lost, world leaders still treat climate change like an inconvenient parent-teacher conference they hope to dodge.
Zelensky outlines 20-point peace plan while Witkoff prepares to meet Putin. In the grand theater of geopolitics, hope is a recurring character, but it's the backstage deals that steal the show, leaving peace as the understudy.
New Orleans Archdiocese faces bankruptcy as ex-Big Brother contestant exposes priests' abuse. Yet again, the church's vaults run dry while their closets overflow with skeletons. Repentance is cheap, but justice demands a higher price.
Reddit CEO declares Brooklyn sucks, limits moderation, and pushes personalized feeds as if echo chambers need more walls. In a move that says, "We know better than you," Reddit aims to curate your reality like a helicopter parent with a tech fetish.
Global arms sales hit record highs in 2024, peace not included. When the business of war booms, humanity foots the bill with lives and futures. Who knew peacekeeping meant making a killing?
Eric Vaughn releases new album, downloads hit 13, and the streaming service calls it cult success. When your album's more underground than a witch's cauldron, it's either a hidden gem or just buried.
Virgin Media fined £23.8 million for risking vulnerable customers, but they say they've addressed the issues like a kid cleaning their room. When billions are at stake, oops seems to be the new business model, and accountability is as scarce as dial-up internet.
National Trust launches fundraiser to buy land, calls it giant-size preservation. When preserving a chalk figure involves more green than grass, you know conservation's gone full capitalist.
The Telegraph denounces Brexit as disaster, blames economic wreckage. Guess it's hard to keep calm and carry on when your currency's plummeting faster than a lead balloon.
Only 30% of citizens trust the press to defend democracy, and the autocrats call it fake news while laughing all the way to power. Journalists are like canaries in a coal mine, but when the air gets toxic, they're blamed for not singing loud enough.
La Liga streams Athletic Bilbao versus Real Madrid, but fans pay through the nose. Football, where a 90-minute game costs as much as a month's rent, and the real winners are the broadcasters.
Hyundai builds $800 million battery lab, calls it innovation. When the planet's on fire, nothing says green revolution like a $1 billion investment in electrifying your ride to the apocalypse.
Rubio targets end of war in Ukraine, says long-term prosperity, while ignoring the present chaos he helped fuel. Rubio's vision of prosperity is like selling sunglasses at midnight, completely blind to the darkness he's part of.
Polish Constitutional Court bans Communist Party, calls it democracy.
Uma launches Black Friday bed frame sale, solves your empty wallet problem.
Top chipmaker TSMCI's expansion beyond Taiwan, chasing stability in a world that's one wrong tweet from meltdown.
Marvel stock rises on upbeat forecast, yet analysts question its slow AI boom catch-up compared to bigger rivals. Cheerleaders in suits might applaud the stock's jolt, but it's like celebrating a sprinter still tying their shoelaces.
Russia-US talks on Ukraine peace deal end without breakthrough. When the peace train derails, Putin's aides just shrug and say, "No surprises here," as if conflict is just another day at the office.
First European to fly to the moon will be German, and the countdown begins. While Germany reaches for the stars, the rest of Europe wonders if they should have focused more on space programs than Eurovision.
India orders smartphone makers to preload state-owned cyber safety app, calling it protection while privacy advocates call it surveillance. When a government app becomes a mandated roommate on your phone, it's like inviting Big Brother to crash on your digital couch.
China Vanke jolts bondholders with one-year delay plan, calling it strategic restructuring. When your financial strategy resembles a game of Jenga, it's no wonder the tower's starting to sway like a karaoke night in a typhoon.
Netflix defends Sean Combs' documentary after Diddy brands series shameful, proving even billionaires can't control their own narratives. When your life story is told by someone else, it's a reminder that in the streaming age, your image is just another episode.
Xi instructs Macron to jointly safeguard international trade rules, then vetoes cooperation on human rights. When your diplomatic playbook is a choose your own adventure,
couple accused of spying to win 1.2 million Australian dollars but lose at moral roulette. When your jackpot strategy involves espionage, you might be playing a high-stakes game of ethical twister.
Goldman pitches $500 million deal to fund shareholder payout, ignoring the risk like it's a new TikTok challenge. When the finance giants gamble with billions, it's the rest of us stuck playing the penny slots of economic fallout.
Dick Van Dyke leads 2 hours sing-along, still more coherent than a presidential debate. If a 99-year-old can keep the beat and the conversation, what's the excuse for our elected mumblers?
Department of Interior imposes $100 fee on foreign visitors to Yellowstone and Grand Teton. Calls it a welcome mat. Charging tourists more for nature's splendor because nothing says welcome to our majestic wilderness like a cash register at the entrance.
Rep. Crow warns GOP Trump will cost you your job, blames him for TN special election flop. When the elephant in the room is Trump, it's hard to ignore the stampede of consequences.
Tiger Woods chips and putts, but disc recovery remains as slow as a DMV line. Golf legend teetering between the greens and the grim reality of back surgery, proving even tigers need their stripes straightened out sometimes.
Novaland promises June bond payout, but debt woes still loom like a skyscraper in quicksand. When your financial strategy includes fingers crossed, maybe it's time to rethink the blueprints.
FCC Chair Brendan Carr claims DI victory as AT&T scraps diversity programs, proving that progress is just a four-letter word. When diversity is the enemy, it's like fighting gravity with a feather duster, pointless and bound to backfire.
Sony sues Cox for copyright infringement, demands damages worth more than a small country's GDP. When entertainment giants wage war over digital rights, the real question is whether the lawyers or the artists will end up with all the royalties.
FDA memo triggers vaccine stock slump, linking COVID shots to myocarditis in 10 young men, because why save lives when you can stoke fear? When science meets panic, the market dances to a tune played by the loudest, not the brightest.
Keir Starmer to hand out 25 Labour peerages because nothing says change like more seats for old friends. Apparently, the revolution will be televised from the House of Lords, where hereditary titles still outnumber meaningful reform.
New edition releases remastered if it isn't love, charging more than a concert ticket. Because nothing says nostalgia like paying a premium for a song older than your first heartbreak, now with 20% more clarity.
Only 12% of protest songs reach mainstream, and the industry calls it a breakthrough. In a world where silence is golden, Jesse Wells dares to play the truth like a folk guitar, unplugged and unapologetic.
Taliban rulers stage execution in stadium calling it justice. When your justice system doubles as halftime entertainment.
SoundCloud user claims, "My talent, I'm a singer," then links to a dance track. Nothing screams confidence like declaring yourself a singer while dropping a beat that makes your showerhead the real star of the show.
Hudson River mints billions under radar, calls it innovation. When your business model thrives in shadows, you might be more vampire than visionary.
Indonesia's government pledges disaster relief, yet flood victims still wait for aid. When the tide sweeps away your home and the government's promises, at least you've got your spouse to insist you evacuate before the water reaches your neck.
Europe threatens nuclear option over Ukraine. Trump calls it a bluff. When
Mom and pop bankruptcies reach record highs. Wall Street celebrates.
The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission blocks nearly all trans worker cases, calls it equal opportunity under Trump. When the watchdog turns a blind eye, trans workers get served a cocktail of neglect and betrayal with a garnish of "you're on your own."
Only 5% of indie artists make a living, but Sykes' X-Trip dream on. In the music industry's lottery, most hopefuls get a demo and a dream while the labels get the gold.
Only 40% of rock classics age gracefully, and Neil Young's Southern Man is a timeless rebel yell. In a world of auto-tune and algorithmic hits, Young's raw defiance still echoes like a middle finger to mediocrity.
PetKit Pura Max 2 drops to $200, solves nothing but your bank account. For $100 off, your feline overlord might just pretend to care while you foot the bill for robotic poop scooping.
Cheryl Hines attends Red Cross event with Melania Trump, while husband's sexting scandal resurfaces. Nothing says supportive spouse.
Met officers lead spy cops unit with racist agenda then claim it's for public safety. When the police can't tell the difference between justice and prejudice, who exactly is watchman the watchman?
White House pardons ex-Honduran president convicted of drug trafficking, claims political targeting. When you're pardoned for opposing values, it seems crime pays as long as you align with the right administration.
Schools report rise in deepfake pornography. One girl vomited from horror. When tech turns classrooms into horror shows, it's clear the future is less about education and more about damage control.
When truth becomes a mere suggestion, accountability is left swirling in the spin cycle of willful ignorance.
Trump administration sees record high bankruptcies for mom and pop businesses, calls it a growth opportunity.
House Democrats unveil Epstein Island photos featuring a dentist chair, sparking speculation. Because nothing says tropical paradise like a dental exam with a view. Who knew molars were the hidden treasures of the Caribbean?
Republicans propose 3 new bills distancing from Trump, then host fundraisers at Mar-a-Lago. Independence is a fine line to walk, especially when the path is paved with gold-leafed invitations and cocktail parties.
Jim Zelter predicts a resilient economy in 2026, but ignores rising inequality. When the 1% call the economy resilient, they mean their yachts still float while the rest of us are bailing water.
Georgian officials allegedly sprayed WW1 toxic compound on protesters, denying all wrongdoing.
Ukraine claims Druzhba pipeline will keep exploding after December 1st strike, promises no quick fix. When your pipeline's name means friendship, but it keeps blowing up, maybe it's time for some new allies or a dictionary.
Trump erupts over New York Times article, dismisses mental decline concerns. Raging against the press while avoiding cognitive tests is like yelling at a mirror and expecting it to shatter.
Tusk and Merz plan Berlin meeting. Old tensions threaten polite smiles. Diplomacy is just a fancy word for, let's pretend we like each other while plotting our next move.
Quentin Tarantino declares Toy Story 3 the second best film of the century, calls it almost perfect. When a director famous for bloodbaths praises a toy box drama, you know cinema's gone full circle, from Pulp Fiction to Pixar perfection.
Cadillac unveils F1 car in Super Bowl ad, challenging Europe's reign. When luxury sedans try to outpace Ferraris, it's like watching a tuxedo sprint against a cheetah. Classy, sure, but good luck keeping up.
Gavin Newsom ridicules Trump with mock medical report, diagnoses him with chronic ego inflammation. When politics turns into a medical drama, the prognosis is usually laughter with a side of eye roll.
Only 30% of social media platforms reduce harmful posts, and tech giants call it progress. Apparently, algorithmic intervention is code for "we'll do the bare minimum while pretending to save democracy."
Donald Trump dismisses U.S. affordability crisis as a hoax, while rent prices skyrocket. If the cost of living is just a mirage, then I guess we are all hallucinating in our cardboard condos.
Donald Trump claims economic triumph, but Economist calls it nonsense. When even a kindergarten could out-honest the commander-in-chief, you know the truth is on unpaid leave.
In a world where sense outshines sincerity, the anthem reminds us that rebellion is evergreen, even if shoulder pads aren't.
Goldman Sachs predicts copper's 11,000 price surge is fleeting despite supply concerns. Looks like copper's Cinderella moment is over. Back to the basement with the rest of the metal pumpkins.
Blue Owl execs buy $115 million in shares, then scrap merger plans. When your business strategy is as reliable as a soap opera plot twist, the real drama is watching shareholders try to keep a straight face.
When geopolitical chess meets Monopoly and the boardwalk's been seized for humanitarian purposes.
Germany's Max Planck Institutes boast state-of-the-art tech, yet still can't make a decent cup of coffee.
Demand justice to air ads, slamming Democrats for confirming Trump judges, calling it a betrayal. When the party of progress pulls a reverse card and the deck stacked with conservative judges.
India mandates free installation of state-run cyber safety app on smartphones, hailing it as a victory for privacy. Because nothing says cyber safety like a government app watching your every digital move while claiming to protect your privacy.
Aura aims for $2 billion in sales by 2026, doubling revenue yet again. Apparently, the secret to healthy living is a pricey finger trinket that knows your heartbeat better than your partner.
When life gives you frozen assets, make geopolitical lemonade, assuming your creditors don't thaw out and demand their rubles back.
ECJ ruled Poland violated EU Rights Charter in C7-13/23, which Poland never ratified, but the consequences loom large. It's like handing out detention slips to the kid who skipped class. Poland's absent, but the EU's got receipts.
Turns out, when it comes to owning up to prejudice, the younger GOP crowd is more woke than Grandpa's generation. By woke, we mean aware of their own biases.
ECB plans to simplify banking rules next week, but complexity is their middle name. When the ECB says simplify, it's like hiring a cat to organize your sock drawer. Expect more chaos, less clarity.
Congressman John Curtis defends his vote for Pete Hegseth and now faces the backlash.
Supporting a Fox News personality for a key role? That's like hiring a pyromaniac as your fire chief. What could possibly go wrong?
Social Security releases new data debunking Elon Musk's fraud allegations for the second time this year. It's almost like Musk is trying to rewrite reality, while Social Security keeps handing him a dictionary. Maybe stick to rockets, Elon.
ABC boss denies host is an activist, yet Nampi Jinpa Price disagrees. Calling a journalist an activist is like blaming your mirror for your bad hair day, deflection at its finest.
Quebec announces stricter rules on ticket resales and subscription renewals because apparently loopholes were selling out faster than Taylor Swift concerts. Finally, a crackdown on the real scalpers, not just the ones outside the stadium. Let's see if this encore lasts longer than a pop song.
When gunfire is the uninvited guest at a child's birthday, it's clear our lawmakers have RSVP'd to the wrong party.
MTV to X international music channels by year-end calls it an evolution. When music television becomes just television, it's like MTV traded its mixtape soul for a corporate algorithm.
Only 30% of music fans enjoyed the Theory session, and the review called it groundbreaking. When critics rave about a musical flop, it's like praising a rainstorm for drowning your garden.
Only 15% of flood victims accounted for, and officials call it progress. When your disaster response plan is a bingo card of missing persons, you know someone's drowning in incompetence.
Georgian police allegedly used a World War I-era toxic compound on protesters, claiming it was necessary crowd control. When your government's tactics are older than your grandparents', it's time to question if progress has taken a century-long nap.
Private lenders buy $2 billion a logic debt called a strategic investment. When Wall Street scavengers circle around debt like vultures at a buffet, you better hope you're not on the menu.
Gravity and motion push Martian time ahead, leaving Earthlings in cosmic dust. Mars is moving faster, while we're stuck in a time loop called Monday. How's that for interplanetary FOMO?
EU neglects disabled people in institutions. Watchdog warns of ongoing violence. When the EU's safety net resembles more of a sieve, it's no wonder the vulnerable keep slipping through the cracks.
CDC advisory panel delays hepatitis B shot decision, risking newborns' health.
When health policy becomes a political game of chicken, it's the newborns who end up as the roadkill.
NATO moles preemptive strikes, says it's defensive. When peacekeeping means playing with matches near a powder keg, expect more sparks than solutions.
NDS overhaul risks lives, advocates warn, calling it a nightmare scenario for disabled people. When algorithms play doctor, lives hang in the balance. Robo-planning, because nothing says empathy like a cold calculating computer.
Arsenal salvages 1-1 draw after Chelsea sees red.
When a soulful melody floats through the algorithmic abyss, it's a wonder we ever hear the echoes of talent at all.
Vista-backed Logic Monitor buys Catchpoint for over $250 million, calling it a strategic expansion. Because nothing says innovation like devouring your competition. It's a tech-eat-tech world, and Vista's got the appetite of a Silicon Valley giant.
Norway builds 37-kilometer undersea road tunnel, calls it visionary.
Backstreet Boys released Larger Than Life on Vintage Hologram, resurrects 90s nostalgia. The 90s called. They want their boy bands back, but apparently they've upgraded to VR so they can haunt us in 3 dimensions.
Only 10% of celebrities maintain a healthy weight, and the industry calls it glamorous. When fitness becomes the new religion, we're all just praying at the altar of Photoshop, celebrity culture, where reality takes a backseat to airbrush delusions.
Thailand seizes over $300 million in assets and issues 42 arrest warrants, insists cyber scams are a growth industry. When your business model makes Ponzi schemes look like lemonade stands, maybe it's time to reconsider the company picnic.
Russia confronts South Korean K-9 artillery at NATO borders, then calls it a provocation. When your neighbors got new toys and all you've got is a Cold War hangover, it's time to rethink that defense budget. Russia, meet the 21st century.
Trump's USDA halts funding for blue states over a SANE Act because hunger is a red state privilege. When feeding people becomes a political weapon, maybe it's time to ask who benefits from starving the opposition.
Only 8% of new songs break through, and Barry Johnson Music calls it progress.
Putin claims all of Donbass, then calls it liberation. When trains stop running and bombs start falling, peace talks feel like a cruel joke in a war zone where reality has long been hijacked.
League of Free Businesses deploys 40 packs, calls it innovation in campaign finance. When democracies are marketplace and votes are the currency, who needs ethics when you've got an army of PACs? Rhode Island State House just got a corporate makeover.
In this geopolitical soap opera, it's hard to tell if the plot revolves around oil, cocaine, or the need for a testosterone-fueled showdown.
When you're stuck in the past, every wind turbine looks like a career guillotine, but it's really just blowing away the cobwebs.
NVIDIA pays double for future HBM4 memory modules, expects us to foot the bill. NVIDIA's new AI memory might run at light speed, but those price hikes will hit your wallet like a lead balloon.
Trump's megabill shutters rural clinic leaves town without healthcare. When healthcare becomes a ghost story, all you're left with is an empty waiting room and a pharmacy that's now a bakery.
EU mandates crypto providers to report all user data, calls it transparency. When Big Brother's wearing a blockchain badge, privacy becomes a relic and your crypto wallet's got a snitch.
US and Russia discuss peace, oil prices still fall despite ongoing attacks on Moscow's energy assets. When peace is just another market variable, who needs a ceasefire when you've got a fluctuating oil price to keep you entertained? Geopolitics as a stock ticker.
Indian court lets Dr. Reddy's export semaglutide generics, pre-patent expiry.
Ron Gilbert shifts from adventure games to fighting death, releasing death by scrolling after 40 years of game design. When your legacy involves outsmarting pixelated pirates and haunted mansions, why not take on the Grim Reaper himself? Just don't point and click on his scythe.
Disney Hunt's energy trader promises magic savings. Mickey's trading in pixie dust for kilowatts, proving even fairy tales need a savvy broker when corporate castles face electric dragons.
Director dismisses critics, calls Five Nights at Freddy's 2 a fan feast. When animatronic bears outshine Oscar dreams, it's a scream fest for the masses, not a red carpet waltz for the discerning elite.
Vanguard offers crypto ETFs amid Bitcoin slump, calling it a strategic move. It's like watching a cautious grandpa finally try TikTok late to the party and hoping the cool kids don't notice they missed the peak.
Ukraine targets record number of Russian oil sites, calling it a strategic splash. When pipelines become the new front line, oil becomes thicker than diplomacy, turning energy into a weaponized game of cat and mouse.
IMF raised India's data with a C, blamed on outdated base year. When your report card says average, just blame it on the calendar and hope no one notices the dust on your textbooks.
Only 12% of geologists climb silver mines, and Erdenes Mongol calls it career progression. When your office is a labyrinth of silver veins, you might just strike a fortune or dig yourself deeper into corporate folklore.
In the land of the free, even the accused get a shot at proving they just misread the instructions on their right to bear arms.
Cerberus appoints former ambassador to boost defense bets, then calls it a strategic innovation. From diplomacy to defense dollars, Fick's new role might just turn international relations into a high-stakes game of Monopoly.
Trump unveils plan to rebuild terrible Dulles Airport, then blames previous administrations for potholes. If only fixing travel infrastructure was as easy as a real estate flip, we'd all be flying first class on the Trump Express.
Only 8% of storm victims receive aid, and governments call it a logistical triumph. When disaster strikes, it seems the only thing that moves faster than the wind is the spin on a press release.
HBO Max remasters Mad Men for Millions, calls the vomit scene an immersive experience.
When Because nothing screams independence like thanking the guy who can't resist slapping his name on every building and policy.
UK deploys Typhoon jets for Arctic mission. Hush hush on who's hitching a ride. When your secret mission is splashed across Reddit, maybe it's time to redefine covert operations and check the PR department.
Joanna Newsom's album Diverse Art evokes sea and sky, but costs more than a dive trip. Because why not pay more for a picture of nature than actually experiencing it? Art galleries where irony is abstract.
EU scraps 2029 gas boiler ban, says climate crisis can wait. Because apparently nothing says urgent climate action like kicking the carbon can down the road while the planet smoulders.
Who knew the American dream had an expiration date stamped continental US only?
Spotify. In the economic crystal ball, hope is a stock option, and AI jitters are the caffeine that keeps the market awake.
Apparently, even presidential organs need a reality check. Who knew the art of the deal included negotiating with your own anatomy?
Cattle ranchers challenge Trump movie velvet tax breaks. When even the cows are stampeding against you, it might be time to reconsider who's really grazing on the green pastures of power.
Only 15% of Americans realize their state's homicide rate rivals entire European countries, but maps make it painfully clear. When you need a map to realize your state's murder rate competes with Europe, it's time to question what's in your water.
India expels Pakistani families, unity crumbles under borders. When politics turns family trees into kindling, it's clear that line drawing has become a national pastime, and love is left in the ashes.
Malaysia's palm oil reserves hit 6-year high, blames sluggish exports. When your economic strategy revolves around hoarding greasy gold, maybe it's time to admit that the world prefers its fat somewhere other than your stockpile.
Fox News defends Pete Hegseth despite calls for his removal, saying controversy boosts ratings. When your job security relies on stirring the pot, you're not a news anchor, you're a chaos consultant.
Trump unveils Trump accounts for kids, promises financial literacy. Because nothing says solid financial foundation like branding your child's savings plan with the name of a man who mastered bankruptcy like it was an Olympic sport.
Bank of England cuts capital buffers, calls it resilience. Apparently, surviving a stress test is the new gold standard for banking excellence, like celebrating your house not burning down as an invitation to roast marshmallows.
Trump appears to fight sleep during cabinet meeting, then blames low-energy coffee. When the commander-in-chief can barely command consciousness, maybe it's time to switch to decaf diplomacy.
Because nothing says innovation like turning your private chats into a potential office memo, as if transparency means your boss can see everything.
Spotify wrapped 2025 launches, promises nostalgia, but delivers data-driven déjà vu. Because nothing says happy holidays like reliving your questionable music choices while algorithms judge you harder than your ex ever did.
Chicago Police Department denies video of shooting, insists it's a safer community. When transparency is a myth and accountability is just a bedtime story, it's no wonder justice feels like a ghost in the Windy City.
Salesforce predicts AI-driven growth, yet its stock barely budges.
EU pledges true single market, stumbles over 27 national egos.
Eternal Crisis releases All Alone, promises company through existential despair. In a world where everyone's shouting into the void, this track is your personal echo chamber, a sonic blanket for the perpetually overwhelmed.
Amazon sells shareholder citilism. Citolism, where the rich get richer and the rest get a pamphlet explaining why that's a good thing.
Trump orders Venezuela boat strikes, insists they're legal despite war crimes chatter. When you're playing Battleship with real lives, legality is just another board game rule to bend.
Fontes DC, Paloma Faith, and Lenny Henry spearhead anti-far-right campaign preparing for 2026 demonstration. When rock stars and comedians have to rally against fascism, you know the world's become a bad sitcom with a dark twist.
Polish president bans fur farms but allows training dogs, calls it progress. Because nothing says compassion like freeing mink while Fido stays shackled like a prisoner of war.
Only 15% of new parents report mental health struggles, and experts call it a silent crisis. In the land of the free and the home of the brave, new parents are left to wrestle with their demons in hushed isolation.
Only 4% of birthday parties end in tragedy, and Congress calls it normal. Apparently, blowing out candles is less American than dodging bullets at a toddler's bash.
Turns out,
Malaysia Airlines plans to resume MH370 search after 11 years, calling it not too late. In the age of space tourism, finding a plane lost on our own blue marble is the real final frontier.
Samsung unveils triple folding smartphone solves no pocket space issues. Because nothing screams innovation like a device that folds more times than a political promise during election season.
Portuguese unions announced general strike for December 11. Promise to disrupt business as usual. Striking for the right to strike is the kind of paradox that makes philosophers weep and bureaucrats sweat.
Trump threatens to attack oil-rich nation, claiming it's for freedom. Because nothing says liberty like a hostile takeover for black gold, wrapped in a flag and tied with a bow of hypocrisy.
Amazon unveils 3 AI agents, touts Hero that codes autonomously for days. Soon, even the robots will need a break from drudgery, while we humans continue to toil under the watchful eye of Bezos' empire.
Trump's NASA appointee resurfaces, claims to have been lost in a political black hole. Imagine being so politically radioactive that even space can't contain your fallout. Welcome back to Earth, where gravity is less oppressive than bureaucracy.
Spotify adds United Forces by SOD, claims it bridges genres. Nothing unites like a thrash anthem and a corporate algorithm deciding what's cool.
Trump dismantles Biden's fuel efficiency rules, claims it drives freedom. Because nothing says freedom like burning more gas while the planet sweats bullets. Rolling back progress, one exhaust pipe at a time.
New images reveal Jeffrey Epstein's private island, but the truth remains buried deeper. The camera might capture the landscape, but it won't expose the shadows of power and privilege that keep the real secrets locked away.
Hochul approves Holocaust monument for Empire State Plaza, calls it remembrance. Because who needs to learn from history when you can just build a statue and call it a day?
CBS Sunday Morning spotlights Metallica helping 9,000 youths. Calls it a heavy metal makeover. While Metallica tunes their guitars, they are also tuning futures, proving that the loudest noise they make isn't always from the stage.
Pentagon arms 2,375 National Guard soldiers in D.C., claims it's for safety. Because nothing says peaceful democracy like a capital city bristling with more firepower than a summer blockbuster.
Hong Kong deploys 800 firefighters as apartment blaze rages.
Only 25% of holiday songs mention Santa, and music labels call it festive.
Mishu begins taking investor orders for $603 million IPO, promises to redefine online shopping. With SoftBank's cash and a billion-dollar dream, Mishu aims to turn rupees into a revolution, or at least into more startup headlines.
It's the political equivalent of juggling flaming swords while riding a unicycle, except the unicycle is missing a wheel and the swords are made of budget cuts.
When your best diplomatic tool is a trash compactor, you get a presidency that smells like a landfill and a legacy that needs disposal.
Cyber Monday offers 371 deals, solves consumer emptiness. It's the
In a world drowning in recycled culture, the show ends not with a bang, but a weary sigh, leaving us craving originality like a Netflix account craves your subscription fee.
Alberta promises Indigenous groups 50% ownership of new pipeline, calls it reconciliation. Dangle a pipeline in front of Indigenous communities and call it a peace pipe. It's the same colonial game with a slicker PR spin.
TikTok exposes Danish deception scam, then users call it entertainment. When reality TV contestants become con artists, it's hard to tell if we're watching a crime drama or just another episode of How Low Can You Go?
Tech stocks stumble on AI investment doubts, then bonds rally on weak job data. Looks like Wall Street's got a new thriller, the AI gamble, where billions are at stake, and the plot twist is a Fed rate cut.
White House security boasts about safety measures, then 2 guardsmen shot nearby. The irony's thicker than a politician's smile. Security theater might impress tourists, but it won't stop bullets.
China's manufacturing contracts in November despite U.S. trade truce boosts. Turns out even a trade truce can't resuscitate an economy that's been ghosted by growth. Maybe they should have tried a couple's retreat.
Netflix drops casting support for most TVs, calls it a user experience enhancement. Apparently making your TV a glorified paperweight is the new gold standard in enhanced streaming.
Iggy Azalea closes door on music career, pivots to digital ventures. From rap to apps, Iggy decides she'd rather be a digital diva than a chart-topping queen. Guess she's traded bars for bites.
China Vanke short bets reach decade high. Investors expect further decline. When your financial strategy involves more suspense than a Hitchcock film, maybe it's time to reconsider the plot.
OPEC Plus increases oil production quotas by 8 months despite a 16% drop in crude prices this year. Because nothing says fiscal responsibility like flooding a sinking ship with more water.
Only 30% of gamers realize their childhood is now retro, and nostalgia industries call it opportunity. When your formative years are a pixelated museum exhibit, who needs a midlife crisis when you've got a joystick?
Democrats push to limit immigration judge appointments while GOP clinches House seat with a wink and a nod. When democracy looks like a game of musical chairs, just make sure the music is playing your tune.
When seating becomes a status symbol, even love stories need a VIP pass to truly resonate.
Government appoints 99% of board members without merit, claiming it's efficient. When cronyism is a job requirement, nepotism becomes the new normal, and the only qualification is knowing the right handshake.
Bear claims California crawlspace as new den, proving squatters' rights apply to wildlife too. When even the bears are opting for real estate over the rental market, you know the housing crisis is unbearable.
Reddit celebrates St. Andrew's Day with a typo, proving efficiency in cutting corners. When even holiday wishes come with a side of slipshod spelling, you know spellcheck is the real unsung hero of the digital age.
In a state more red than a sunburned lobster, Brown's chances might just rely on an unexpected outbreak of common sense.
Mistral releases new AI models, claims they're the French answer to OpenAI and Google. If AI were a cafe, Mistral just served a fresh croissant to a table dominated by big tech's stale baguettes.
Anthropic buys Bun to boost Claude code, while tech giants cheerlead their Frankenstein's monster into the developer world. When the tech elite start playing with fire, it's the little guys who get burned by the corporate bonfire.
Nature admits error in Mars core study, mistaking its solid inner core for a cosmic marshmallow. Turns out even scientific giants trip over their own shoelaces when peering into the Martian abyss.
Nothing says peace and love quite like jet fumes and a guilt offering wrapped in diplomatic immunity.
Federal agents plan mass immigration raids in New Orleans, while the city braces for the storm of broken families and shattered dreams. When you're shopping for hammers and end up in handcuffs, it's clear the real tool is the system.
Glassworm unleashes 24 malicious extensions, masquerades as developer tools while devouring your data. Like a digital Trojan horse, but with more gaslighting and fewer Greeks.
President Lee declares South Korea's nuclear dreams impossible, while North Korea continues its fireworks show. It's like being told you can't bring your own snacks to the apocalypse party.
King Charles claims UK and Germany will strengthen Europe against Russia as British tabloids brace for a field day with royal handshakes.
Pope Leo arrives in Lebanon, prays for peace, and leaves without a plan. When divine intervention doubles as a photo op, you know the world's in deep.
Singapore court upholds guilty verdict, insists truth is a state secret. In a land where honesty costs $14,000, justice sounds more like a luxury than a right.
Labor proposes partial ban on wood-burning stoves, calling it a hot step towards cleaner air while ignoring the soot-covered elephant in the room. In a nation where tea time is sacred, who knew the real enemy was the cozy crackle of a winter hearth?
Yoon Koo misses field goal attempt, turns over the ball like it's a hot potato. When your kicker's aim is as reliable as a politician's promise, maybe it's time to rethink the game plan.
Scientists reveal southern Africans were isolated, contradicting the global village myth. Turns out, the original social distancing champions were our ancestors, proving even evolution had its own VIP section.
UK finds pornography site £1 million, proving that when it comes to safety, they're only interested in checking your wallet, not your age. It's a brave new world where tech giants get a slap on the wrist while the real punishment is reserved for those who dare to forget their digital ID.
AMD raises Ryzen processor prices today, calls it a celebration of inflation. Just when your wallet thought it was safe, AMD decides your gaming rig needs a luxury tax.
Only 12% of new hip-hop tracks make airwaves, and P.D. Pablo calls it a comeback. In a world where nostalgia is a currency, P.D. Pablo bets on whistles to pay the rent.
Pentagon review confirms Pete Hegseth violated military regulations, but hey, who needs rules when you've got charisma and a TV contract? In an era where accountability is just a hashtag, violating military regs is the new black. Perfect for that fall collection of scandals.
Cyber Monday boasts 399 deals, calls it savings, then inflates prices next week. The retail circus rolls on, hypnotizing us with bargains that vanish quicker than a politician's promise. Buy now, regret later. It's the capitalist way.
Family files first formal complaint in Trump drug boat killings, but justice moves slower than a slot on sedatives. When the system's rigged tighter than a corset, seeking justice is like shouting into the void, only the echo listens.
A24 makes Elizabeth Olsen choose between two hunks, then forgets to make either interesting. It's like choosing between soggy cereal and stale toast. Neither option satisfies, and both leave you longing for something with a bit more crunch.
Tusk and Murs plan to support Ukraine, but both still wrestle with old grudges.
Republican Matt Van Epps wins Tennessee seat, proving that even a cactus can thrive in the desert with no competition. In a district redder than Mars, the real contest is finding folks who care enough to vote, not who they vote for.
New York denies admitting Somalis are raised in a culture of stealing, rejecting the claim as xenophobic garbage. Blaming an entire culture for individual crimes is like blaming the weather for your bad hair day, lazy, ignorant, and just plain wrong.
Trump labels affordability a Democrat scam, while grocery bills soar higher than his golf scores. Blaming Democrats for inflation is like blaming the mailman for your junk mail. Misplaced fury and zero accountability.
Federal panel may scrap infant hepatitis B vaccines, citing the rarest of risks over proven protection. Trading vaccines for viral roulette, because who needs immunity when you can have a medical mystery tour instead?
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth turns Franklin the Turtle into a soldier, leaving Canadians wondering if satire is the new diplomacy. Weaponizing a children's character is less about narco-terrorists and more about missing the point of childhood innocence altogether.
England and Wales schools urged to trial 4-day week while teachers hold their breath for less burnout. 4 days of chaos, 1 day of recovery. It's not a solution, it's a stay of execution for the educator's sanity. When questioning authority becomes a crime, democracy's foundation is just a sandcastle waiting for the tide.
EU allocates billions to anti-Russian sabotage, but ignores the climate crisis that's already burning their backyard. When your solution to a geopolitical chess game is to light more fires, don't be surprised when the whole board goes up in smoke.
Only 12% of love songs tell the truth, and Nick Howard's latest pop single calls it heartfelt. In the land of pop, reality often gets filtered through rose-colored auto-tune and a catchy hook.
Uganda halts refugee status for Eritreans, Somalis, and Ethiopians, citing overwhelming hospitality.
Nature retracts a figure from a 2019 study, blames an accidental copy-paste for the scientific deja vu. When your groundbreaking research looks suspiciously like a game of spot the difference, perhaps it's time to check if you're advancing science or just your clipboard skills.
Trump withdraws record number of nominees for his administration, blaming the swamp for the mess. When your own ship's crew keeps jumping overboard, maybe it's not the ocean that's the problem.
White House blames Admiral for drug boat survivor deaths, claiming following orders isn't a valid excuse.
Josh Hutcherson teases Five Nights at Freddy's sequel, claiming top secret status while revealing double the animatronics and more jump scares. Because nothing screams secrecy like announcing your entire horror playbook, right? At this rate, the only surprise left is whether the animatronics will unionize before the credits roll.
Trump administration denies deportation options despite Kilmore Abrego Garcia's legal residency claim. In the twisted immigration game, truth is as elusive as a unicorn on a pogo stick.
In the land of financial fantasies,
Hope is the only currency that never devalues.
Asteroid Bennu harbors sugars like ribose, lixose, and glycose, boasting all the ingredients for life as we know it on Earth. Great. Now even space rocks have a better pantry than my apartment. Let's hope Bennu doesn't start charging for organic certifications before NASA figures out how to make asteroid cookies.
Jobless claims hit 3-year low, but hiring remains a mirage. In the magical land of employment statistics, fewer claims just mean fewer chances to get hired, not fewer folks needing jobs.
Trump cancels rallies. Graham's media conspiracy.
Russia demands control of the North Crimean Canal in Ukraine, presenting it as a peace prize.
Only 30% of lawmakers support stock trading ban, and Johnson calls it overreach. When your financial strategy relies on insider tips, banning stock trading seems less like ethics and more like a personal attack.
Ah, yes, because nothing says land of opportunity like pointing fingers at hard-working immigrants while you lounge in a golden tower. Maybe next he'll blame them for the weather too.
Shopify crashes on Cyber Monday, leaving digital carts abandoned. When the biggest shopping day of the year becomes a tech blackout, capitalism's digital utopia looks more like a glitchy dystopia.
Tasmania approves $1 billion stadium for AFL as housing crisis worsens.
Because nothing screams civil discourse like a catchy beat and a middle finger to authority. If only mixtapes could replace lawsuits, we'd all be dancing in the streets.
Microsoft struggles to lure users to Windows 11 as millions refuse to upgrade from Windows 10. It's like trying to sell a new car with the same old engine. Sometimes the polish just ain't worth the price.
Shai-Hulud version 2 breaches Maven after NPM, exposing thousands of secrets. Like a digital sandworm, it devours every secret in its path, proving once again that security is just an illusion in the tech desert.
Tesla breaks Norway's car sales record, calls it a green revolution. When the Vikings are more into electric cars than pillaging, you know the world is changing. Elon Musk uniting Norwegians and polar bears, one Model Y at a time.
Like a ghost of dial-up past, it haunts our playlists, reminding us when angst was just a guitar riff away.
Only 7% of listeners stream Cugiato, and Spotify calls it a hidden gem. Like finding a diamond in a landfill. It's buried under a mountain of algorithmic mediocrity, waiting for your discovery.
Pete Hegseth mocks critics over boat strikes, calling it nautical warfare. When your defense strategy involves trawling, and trawling involves boats, maybe it's time to rethink your battle plan. At least Poseidon is entertained.
Amazon slashes prices by 57% on Cyber Monday, calls it generosity. When saving money feels like a hostage negotiation, you know the real deal is the illusion of choice.
Federal Reserve hints at rate cuts, Japan sees 30-year bond demand surge. When the markets are a roller coaster, the only thing going up is your heart rate, and maybe some investors' blood pressure.
Only 15% of door-to-door campaigns succeed, and marketing gurus call it progress. If your strategy feels like a throwback to the 50s, maybe it's time to update those tactics, or just get a friendly neighborhood drone.
Radiological Society reports 20% of breast cancers in women under 50, as if youth now comes with a side of malignancy. The only thing spreading faster than cancer is the denial of healthcare reform, because why fix a system when you can profit from the sick?
Only 60% of Beatles fans claim the new documentary is a revelation, and filmmakers call it groundbreaking. In a world where everything old is new again, even Beatlemania gets a reboot. How many more times can we cry over Hey Jude?
Amazon mandates engineers use its Hero AI tool, proving brand loyalty is the new innovation. When your boss tells you to use their toy, it's not about efficiency, it's about keeping the cash in the family.
Spotify ranks I Want Candy by Bow Wow Wow as top nostalgia hit, still no cure for the sugar crash. As we crave the sweetness of the past, we realize it's all empty calories and catchy hooks.
Analysts predict small cap stocks will boost earnings, and Wall Street calls it a rally. Like expecting minnows to pull a whale, the market's hoping tiny gains will make a splash. Maybe they should have asked the krill.
Only 5% of social media platforms address abuse in football, and tech giants call it progress. In a game where everyone plays,
when shareholders revolt, it's like a kangaroo kicking back, unexpected, powerful, and likely to leave a mark on the suit trousers.
Special advisors target divorcing over 50 couples and call it niche expertise. Because when love sinks like a stone, nothing says moving on like a financial consultant specializing in your midlife crisis budget.
UK pension funds sell off US equities, fearing the AI bubble will burst any second now. It's like selling a record collection in the 80s because CDs are coming, only this time the AI might actually eat the vinyl.
California Supreme Court redefines transgender rights, saying care facility staff can't repeatedly misgender residents. Because nothing says compassionate care like a legal requirement to acknowledge someone's existence without a sneer.
Music video The Hammer and the Nail Crucifixus premieres, promising 0 crucifixions but plenty of goth eyeliner. In a world where the heaviest thing is band members' mascara, they hammer home that angst never goes out of style.
Kesh Patel's FBI leadership induces paralysis. Report calls it fear-based management. Turns out, to serve and protect now means hiding under desks while the boss practices intimidation as an art form.
Because nothing says land of the free like slamming the door shut and pretending the world ends at our borders.
Only 10% of Amazonian wild meat sources remain, and governments call it sustainable. When your dinner relies on forced roulette, it's not just food security, it's a survival game show with deforestation as the host.
Only 20% of Americans know hydrology studies water on or in the ground, and lawmakers call it a mystery. Apparently, understanding the very substance we can't live without is as elusive as common sense in Congress.
Silicon Valley spends trillions chasing ultimate AI, then calls it a revolution. When your wallet's thicker than your ethics, the future's a playground of unchecked ambition and existential dread.
SEZ closes SolarWinds case after years, then calls it a cybersecurity victory. Like declaring victory after a marathon because you managed not to trip over your own shoelaces. Cybersecurity, the race where everyone's still running in circles.
Trump's tariffs cost small businesses 120,000 jobs. Then he calls it winning. When your economic strategy is a game of darts in the dark, the bullseye is a black hole for jobs.
Tier botnet lures gamers with Ethereum bait, then hijacks Windows. When your gaming session turns into a crypto heist, it's not just your high score that's at risk, it's your entire digital wallet.
Trump labels Somalis as garbage, administration applauds, Republicans mute. The silence from Republicans is louder than a stadium roar, while critics wonder if compassion's been outsourced to the nearest landfill.
Putin pretends peace interest, Europeans see through the act. When a bear claims it's turning vegan, you might want to check for the honeypot behind its back. Peace talks with Putin? More like theater with an iron curtain.
Only 12% of indie tracks go viral, and F3NNN calls it a breakthrough. In the land of the overlooked, every strum and synth dreams of being the next big thing. But hey, if F3NN can get you to hum along, that's a hit in its own right.
After claiming self-defense, XS allegedly ordered a massacre on a Caribbean boat. When your defense is straight out of a pirate film, but the court isn't buying the blockbuster fantasy, it's time to walk the plank of legal reality.
Apple discounts soundbars by 10%, calls it a bargain.
Only 20% of small cap stocks gained value, and Wall Street calls it a comeback. Seems like optimism is the new currency, because who needs actual profits when you can just gamble on the next bubble?
Vienna invites Scottish village to judge dullness, because who better to spot dreariness? This
Only 10% of the world uses month, day, year, and America calls it logical. In the land of the free, even the calendar refuses to conform to international standards. It's a date, not a negotiation.
Turns out, while humans are stuck with reading glasses, bristleworms get a lifetime upgrade on their peepers. Nature's got a twisted sense of humor, doesn't it?
HP slashes prices with 60% discount codes because nothing says holiday spirit like desperate capitalism. The real game here isn't on those monitors. It's HP's high-stakes gamble of selling stuff you didn't need at prices you can't resist.
United Nations warns AI could widen wealth gap, labels it progress. When the robots take over, they'll probably be programmed to serve caviar to the 1% while the rest of us fight over ramen noodles. Progress indeed.
Wall Street edges up after Bitcoin's surge, calls it resilience. Apparently, the stock market has the backbone of a jellyfish, flopping around in the crypto tides while pretending it's in control.
FDA recalls over 1.5 million bags of shredded cheese because nothing says delicious like a potential health hazard. Apparently, the secret ingredient was chaos, and they forgot to shred the accountability. Cheese lovers, brace yourselves, your nachos may never be the same.
Turkey considers opening Armenia border after 30 years, calls it progress. In a move that screams better late than never, Turkey flirts with the idea of closing the Cold War chapter, just as everyone forgot it was still open.
Russia declares the International Federation for Human Rights undesirable, embracing transparency by silencing watchdogs.
Wuni Mosaku confesses her 2025 media diet, and somehow it's more balanced than most political debates. While politicians binge on power and greed, Mosaku enjoys a feast of culture, proving once again that art trumps chaos every time.
Trump pardons ex-Honduran President Hernandez, freeing him from a 45-year drug trafficking sentence. In a world where justice is a revolving door, convicted drug traffickers get a presidential get-out-of-jail-free card. Who knew Monopoly was a training manual for international politics?
It's a wild ride when safety gets traded for corporate profits, leaving Europeans to buckle up for a crash course in American exceptionalism.
Spain and the Netherlands withdraw from Eurovision 2026, citing ethical concerns. When even a glitzy song contest becomes too morally murky, you know the stage lights are dimming on Europe's favourite carnival of kitchen diplomacy.
Russia's missile test fizzles, barely reaching 4,000 feet. When your weapons of mass intimidation can't even clear the treetops, maybe it's time to trade in the fear-mongering for some fireworks instead.
Australia's clean energy goal falters as solar and wind investments dive. Investors blame bureaucracy. Australia's renewable dreams are stuck in the mud, tangled in red tape, and lost in the bureaucratic maze of good intentions and bad execution.
When your weight loss journey requires a PhD in bureaucracy just to decipher drug costs, maybe the real weight loss is in your wallet.
China's petrochemicals boom threatens global glut, as new plants flood markets already drowning in surplus. Like a reckless chef pouring oil on a fire, China's petrochemical spree risks setting the world economy ablaze with its surplus tsunami.
Russia drops 44,000 glide bombs on Ukraine, labels it peacekeeping. Satire.
UK joins Norway's mine warfare mothership project, calls it a peace initiative. Because nothing says peace like a floating fortress designed to blow things up. Maybe next they'll redefine diplomacy as a new type of missile.
Pakistan sends expired food and medicines to Sri Lanka, calls it humanitarian aid. Because nothing screams goodwill like a care package that's more of a health hazard than a helping hand. Maybe next they'll send toxic waste labeled as fertilizer.
Missouri ex-cop confesses to stealing intimate photos during traffic stops, admitting to abusing authority for voyeuristic gain. When law enforcement turns into a personal photo album raid, you know justice isn't blind, just shamelessly peeping through the lens of power. Person like the stairs.
Only 25% of Americans recognize Pete Hegseth's name, yet he's now in the same sentence as war criminal. In a world where fame and infamy are bedfellows, even mediocrity can find itself in the crosshairs of controversy. Who needs merit when you've got scandal?
Mackey data breach exposes data from 74 US banks but calls it a minor hiccup. When your financial secrets are scattered like confetti, but hey, at least they threw a party. Who needs privacy when you can have exposure?
Pentagon new Caribbean strike left survivors, yet approved follow-up attack, exposing the military's moral compass as a cracked compass. When your defense strategy involves knowing survivors exist and still doubling down, it's less about strategy and more about playing a deadly game of battleship.
Netanyahu admits unfitness to lead Israel, yet clings to power like a barnacle. When admitting failure is just another step in your political dance, maybe it's time to change the tune or hit the road.
Wall Street firm claims inflation-fighting investment can see future, yet can't predict S&P 500 returns, proving foresight is as rare as unicorns. When your crystal ball works only in theory, it's less a tool of divination and more a paperweight for your desk of delusions.
Trump could pardon his entire administration, freeing them from accountability. When the presidential pardon becomes a get-out-of-jail-free card, justice is just another board game, rigged for the players in power.
House Republicans subpoena Jack Smith, blocking public testimony. When transparency is treated like a vampire to be avoided, democracy gets a suntan and a stake through the heart.
Survey says Wall Street sees prediction markets as the future, while the gambling investing line blurs like a Monet painting in a rainstorm.
UK to release report on Novichok death 7 years too late. When it takes longer to report a poisoning than to brew a proper cup of tea, you know bureaucracy's the real toxin.
When downsizing becomes a euphemism for progress, it's like calling a guillotine a haircut.
Indonesian police tag Chinese executive as suspect in radioactive shrimp scandal, then sneakers glow all the way to the US. When your shrimp cocktail comes with a side of Geiger counter clicks, just remember, globalization means never having to say you're sorry for the glow.
Only 0% of nutritionists recommend fasting for a week, yet a study calls it positive. When starvation becomes the latest wellness trend, it's like selling dehydration as the ultimate thirst quencher.
Annotations of an autopsy release murder track for free, then charge your soul in slam metal currency. When your playlist sounds like a crime scene, remember, every blast beat is a reminder that silence is truly golden until it's shattered by a death growl.
EU approves deal to cease Russian gas by 2027, then buys more coal. Switching from one fossil addiction to another is like quitting cigarettes with a cigar in hand.
Ministry releases cover of Lady Lay, promises to rock your Dylan-loving socks off. Because nothing says authentic tribute like industrial metal's love letter to folk rock.
Federal Reserve promises stablecoin rules, then lets crypto chaos reign supreme. When Wall Street, fintechs, and crypto firms are in a three-way cage match, you can bet the regulators are the ones selling popcorn.
Oregon Senator Ron Wyden urges extension of ACA subsidies while Congress debates cutting healthcare costs. Because nothing says people's champion like fighting for affordable health, while others suggest a DIY surgery kit.
Because nothing screams national security like squeezing cash from forgetful flyers and calling it a patriotic duty.
U.S. immigration deports former child soldier, then claims compassion is its policy. When your American dream ends in exile, it seems land of the free has a rather selective memory about its own promises.
Because prying into personal lives totally makes America great again.
Federal Reserve's rate cut speculation lifts most U.S. stocks, despite stagnant economic data. Wall Street's new high-stakes gamble, betting on the Fed like it's a roulette wheel, with the economy as the house that always wins.
Trump dozes in meeting, then calls himself most alert president ever. Who knew leading the free world involved so many naps? Perhaps a touch of insomnia might be more presidential than perpetual snooze mode.
US official slams Europe for excluding American industry from defense expansion despite existing alliances. Looks like Europe's playing hard to get with Uncle Sam's defense contractors. Guess they're tired of being ghosted at the military-industrial love fest.
Trump threatens Honduras, demands vote count, then claims he's all about democracy. When the ballot count stalls, Trump channels his inner mob boss, forgetting that democracy isn't supposed to be a hostage negotiation.
In the land of make-believe, diversity gets a cameo, while the status quo hogs the spotlight, sipping its privilege cocktail like it's 1959.
Meta's age verification misidentified a 13-year-old, but a mustache fooled it as 16. Turns out a fake mustache is more convincing than Meta's promises of online safety, proving AI can be as gullible as a Saturday morning cartoon villain.
U-Trip targets Australia's 50 billion odd market, claims it's a travel revolution, because nothing screams adventure like another app vying for your wallet's attention while you're trying to find a decent flat white down under.
Ukrainians in Donbas face peace talks, yet shelling continues.
Even the wildlife's hitting the bottle in 2025. Proof that prohibition doesn't work, even if you're a raccoon.
Retailers extend Cyber Week deals, flaunt 57% savings on 157 items. Because nothing says holiday spirit like drowning in a digital sea of markdowns while your wallet cries silently in the corner.
Schumer's New York offices threatened with bombs, claims of rigged 2020 election echo. Nothing says democracy like anonymous threats over a 5-year-old conspiracy theory proving some folks just can't let go of their favorite bedtime story.
When your VP's idea of diplomacy is a percussion solo, it's clear the only thing these leaders are recycling is their own bile.
Double Lines Cohen declares Alpha dead in private credit but claims M&A's just warming up. In finance, Alpha is the secret sauce and Cohen's serving up a dish of May with a side of maybe later.
In the wild roller coaster of crypto, Sailor's ride just went off the rails, leaving traders with a lesson in gravity.
Costco sues for tariff refunds, hoping Trump's trade chaos comes with a return policy. Because when tariffs make your bulk toilet paper cost more than gold, even a warehouse giant needs a little retail therapy from the courts.
Reserve Bank of Australia eyes hawkish turn, igniting bond sell-off. Just when you thought your bonds were safe, the RBA teases a rate hike, proving that even koalas can show their claws.
Argentina plans bond market return after defaults, banking on optimism. Like a gambler with the losing streak, Argentina bets on a comeback, hoping investors forget past IOUs in favor of fresh promises.
Because when you need a PhD in paperwork to prove you can't see the board, the real test is surviving the bureaucracy, not calculus.
Only 33% of Syrian farms have irrigation, yet climate change doubles down. In a land where rain is as rare as peace, Syria's farmers hope for clouds while climate chaos laughs in the sun's face.
NATO blames supply chains for US factory shrinkage, then orders more military hardware. Because nothing says economic recovery, like building more bombs, while the factories making bread are running on fumes.
Ukrainian law enforcement raids presidential office, yet celebrates transparency. In a world where corruption scandals are like reruns, Ukraine's newest episode promises a plot twist accountability. Here's hoping it gets renewed.
India cancels mandatory pre-installation of cyber safety app after public outrage. When the masses roar louder than 1 billion smartphones, even the mighty government has to hit uninstall on its control fantasies.
Trump interferes in elections from Honduras to Poland, then denies global influence. Like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar, except this cookie jar is democracy, and the kid has nuclear codes.
President Javier Milei's currency battle sinks banks to 5-year low amid election chaos. When you gamble with a nation's economy, sometimes the house wins, and sometimes everyone's left holding a handful of broken promises and worthless pesos.
Trump weakens vehicle mileage rules, claims it's for consumer freedom. Because nothing says freedom like paying more at the pump, while the planet melts like a popsicle in a heat wave.
Indonesian government pledges aid while Sumatra drowns, as drone footage reveals disaster scale. It's a chilling reminder that when nature calls collect, it's the most vulnerable who end up paying with their lives, while leaders offer hollow promises from their dry perches.
Finally, a step towards bodily autonomy that doesn't come with a scalpel and a side of outdated medical arrogance. Who knew letting people decide for themselves could be revolutionary?
Republican Matt Van Epps wins Tennessee election, vows to fight woke agendas. Because nothing screams progress like another politician fighting imaginary foes, while the real issues burn brighter than a Nashville bonfire.
Israel claims air raids in Syria targeted Jama al-Islamiyah members. Group denies activity outside Lebanon. When your military strategy is oops, wrong address, it's time to rethink your GPS settings. No one likes a neighbor who drops bombs uninvited.
Apple defies India's app mandate, fears surveillance backlash.
Study finds chatbots sway opinions but are 70% inaccurate, yet we let them play political puppet masters. When your AI campaign advisor is more Pinocchio than Einstein, maybe it's time to question who's pulling the strings.
Nifty 50 sinks as rupee sell-off strikes, then claims new highs. In the land of Bollywood drama, the rupee and Nifty 50 are locked in a dance-off Bollywood style, with more plot twists than a soap opera.
SpiderCat fails to connect to Redis database, but assures you it's all part of the grand design. When your tech infrastructure becomes a Kafkaesque art piece, maybe it's time to hire an IT surrealist instead of a technician.
When educating kids becomes a crime, you know someone's afraid of them learning the truth. Maybe they're worried the next generation might actually respect consent.
Kremlin loses another general, claims it's all part of their strategic retreat. When your battle plan resembles a game of musical chairs, it's hard to tell if you're winning or just dizzy.
Reddit user Judson Died releases Cruising, promises it's the next big hit. In a world where every bedroom producer is a star, the real question is whether the music or the marketing wins the day.
Only 3% of rap tracks break through, and Death Soul calls it a revolution. In a genre where everyone's a lone warrior, it's the silent producers who own the battlefield.
Theatres host dogs and their owners for Zootopia to claim it's the ultimate family experience. Because nothing says cinematic magic like a room full of barking critics and popcorn-fetching poodles.
Sweden pursued herd immunity during pandemic, resulting in 10 times higher death toll than neighbors. Turns out when playing pandemic roulette, sometimes you end up betting on the wrong horse or virus.
After promising clear skies, the US government stumbles on immigration policy, then calls it strategic ambiguity. When the blind lead the blind, you end up with a nation tripping over its own borders, all while clutching a broken compass.
OBR chief resigns over budget leak, calls it a technical but serious error. When your budget leaks like a sieve, even the watchdog's got to hang up its collar.
U.S. Admiral to brief lawmakers on boat strike as bipartisan scrutiny intensifies. When both sides of the aisle start asking questions, you know the boat's not the only thing taking on water.
Macron warns EU leaders of possible US betrayal on Ukraine, then continues to smile in photo ops. If you're a country in need, the US might just be that friend who borrows your lawnmower and forgets to return it.
because nothing screams protection like watching your predator's every move, as if living in a dystopian thriller wasn't thrilling enough.
UK delays decision on China's embassy for third time, calls it strategic patience. When your neighbor wants to build a mansion that overshadows your garden, sometimes you just keep forgetting to sign the papers.
London relocates Smithfield and Billingsgate markets to Docklands, calls it modernisation. Trading history for high rises because nothing says progress like replacing centuries of tradition with a skyline of glass and steel.
Trump's tax law tweaks charity deductions, turning generosity into a math problem. Philanthropy now requires a calculator because nothing says holiday spirit like weighing tax benefits against a warm, fuzzy feeling.
Slate unveils Pier's Game 110, but the longest word from Game 109 was lollygag. In a world where procrastination is an art form, Slate offers you a daily canvas to perfect your craft.
Labor proposes ban on wood-burning stoves, claiming it's for cleaner air. Nothing like roasting marshmallows over a spreadsheet of regulations, as if bureaucracy ever warmed a soul on a winter's night.
Parkway Drive cancels Park Waves Festival citing rising costs.
HBO Max streams Mad Men with jumbled episodes, calls it vintage charm. Because nothing screams 60s nostalgia like watching a narrative unravel like a polyester tie in a washing machine.
EDM track HK Drift by Isram Precious charts, yet sounds like elevator music. When a beat meant to move you feels more like waiting for your floor. It's time to reevaluate your groove.
Trump grants clemency to over 1,800 people. Some end up back in cuffs, calling it a revolving door of redemption. Seems like Trump's clemency is the gift that keeps on giving. Right back to the justice system. Who knew freedom had a boomerang effect?
Scientists create blackest fabric ever, call it a fashion revolution. When the dark depths of a bird's feather inspire your new wardrobe, even the void can't compete with your style.
Metroid Prime 4, Beyond launches after 10 years, solves nothing but eye candy. It's like they built a spaceship with turbo lasers and forgot the steering wheel. Pretty to look at, but you're headed straight into a black hole of frustration.
Tanzania's president blames protests on foreign powers, then labels criticism as colonialism. When in doubt, just blame the old colonial playbook because nothing says accountability like dodging it entirely.
Scientists unveil Homo sapiens-specific evolution with African genomes, then act surprised. Turns out, our ancestors had some seriously groundbreaking ideas long before colonialists claimed to civilize them. Evolutionary mic drop.
Drax burns more wood than ever for electricity, calls it renewable. But hey, who needs forests when you can have the sweet scent of burning trees powering your morning toast? It's like calling a bonfire a clean energy source.
French HR director drugged 200 female applicants, then called it recruitment.
When your hiring process makes the Spanish Inquisition seem like a casual chat, it's time to rethink your HR strategy.
Senator Bernie Moreno wants to ban dual citizenship, then claims it's patriotic, because nothing says land of the free like limiting people's identities to a single flag in a globalized world.
Because who needs sleep when you can have a soundtrack for staring at the ceiling? It's like an alarm clock for your circadian rhythm.
Former Dodge engineer joins IRS, then calls it a homecoming. From meme coins to tax codes, it seems the only thing more volatile than crypto is the American bureaucracy's hiring practices.
UK government cuts deal for new RFA resurgent, celebrates with ship-shaped cake and a Titanic playlist. In the grand tradition of naming ships with irony, the UK hopes this one stays afloat longer than its political promises.
Trump defends using our word against Tim Walz, claiming Walz has issues. In a world where words wield power, Trump's dictionary remains stuck on the chapter titled Regress. Maybe he should try reading a new book.
NATO vows to protect Europe while Russia denies rejecting Ukraine peace plan. NATO's pledge to defend is like a bouncer claiming to be a pacifist, peaceful until you spill their drink, then all bets are off.
Vern Yip urges homeowners to stop scrolling for decor ideas, then launches a book full of them. In the age of endless Pinterest boards, the real secret to style is apparently buying someone else's curated vision.
Tony Raines drops new single Distant Dying, targets listeners' existential dread. What's more soothing than facing mortality with a catchy tune? It's like a lullaby for your midlife crisis, strumming you closer to the void. Anti-gravity A1 launches at $1,600, solves nothing. Finally, a drone that makes you feel like a blindfolded bat with a trust fund, perfect for those who enjoy expensive frustration and vertigo.
Putin defies U.S. pressure on India over Russian oil, then enjoys Modi's warm airport hug. In this geopolitical tango, Putin and Modi's embrace might as well be a middle finger to Uncle Sam's dance moves.
When did recruitment become synonymous with steal the soundtrack of dissent?
US stocks drop as December begins, while Bitcoin slips below $87,000. It looks like the market's holiday cheer is on back order, and Bitcoin's slipping like a greased reindeer on a rooftop.
When healthcare providers play pharmacist, it's less about healing and more about dealing. Who knew medicine could be a plot twist in a sitcom tragedy?
When your political career is a thriller and the plot twist is self-deportation, it's the red, white, and blue irony. America, land of the free, home of the deported.
Spotify Wrapped processes billions of data points, then calls it a personalized experience. Your music habits get dissected like a lab frog,
just to remind you how many times you looped that breakup anthem.
Meta hires new EU regulator, bans her from hurting its feelings, calls it a win-win. When the watchdog is muzzled with a non-disparagement clause, it's like hiring a cat to guard the cream, only this time the cat's on payroll.
US and UK agree zero tariffs on pharmaceuticals, call it a health revolution. When life-saving meds come with zero tariffs, it's a shame the prescription for affordable healthcare is still missing from the bottle.
Trump begs MAGA voters to rescue a red state seat, then blames everyone else when it slips away. When your political strategy is built on quicksand, even the most loyal followers can't stop the sinking.
Unexpected stem cell transplant cures man of HIV, defying medical logic. When non-resistant cells beat HIV, it's a stark reminder that sometimes science works in mysterious ways while Big Pharma fumbles for explanations.
Melbourne port plant sends 24 to hospital, blames carbon monoxide leak. When your bacon comes with a side of asphyxiation, it's time to wonder if the only thing being smoked is the air quality report.
Zelensky claims US peace plan looks better, post revisions, making it the world's first conflict resolution by cosmetic surgery. Slapping on lipstick and a fresh coat of paint doesn't change the fact that you're still dealing with a bull in a china shop.
Pissarro encases Pavarotti's statue knee-deep in ice, calls it holiday cheer. When your tribute to an opera legend doubles as a seasonal hostage situation, maybe it's time to rethink your winter wonderland aspirations.
Admiral Murphy defends killing 2 survivors, claiming cocaine on a burning boat posed a greater threat than human life. When your war on drugs becomes a war on survivors, it's time to check if the real addiction is to power, not justice.
Hutcherson dismisses Tarantino's claim of plagiarism, says everyone borrows. When originality becomes a communal punchline, Hollywood's motto might as well be, if you can't beat 'em, remix 'em.
FBI nabs suspect for DNC and RNC pipe bombs months after the chaos. Justice arrives fashionably late, proving once again that accountability in politics is like a unicorn, mythical until it's not.
Apocalyptica finally earns US gold in 2025, but their cello riffs have been rocking since before TikTok was a thing.
Starving the hungry to balance the books is like burning your house down to stay warm. Technically it works, but at what cost?
Only 20% of flood victims receive aid, and governments call it a rescue success. When your disaster relief plan is as watertight as a paper boat, it's no wonder the only thing rising faster than floodwaters is the death toll.
Chair criticizes Donald Trump, dubs him a national nightmare, then belts out a new anthem. When pop royalty takes a stand, you know the throne's in trouble, and Shears not mincing words or missing notes.
HBO Max remasters Mad Men, adds vomit scene, and calls it an upgrade. Remastered now means reliving your worst hangover in high definition. because nothing says nostalgia like pixelated puke.
Micro exits crucial consumer business claiming focus on innovation. Apparently, innovation is code for abandoning ship just before it sinks. Who knew progress meant leaving consumers to fend for themselves in a tech wasteland?
Republicans push stock trading ban, then discover irony. Like asking a fox to guard the henhouse, but now the fox swears it's vegan. Trump's chaos sends 85-year-old John Baez to the studio, fueled by fury. When your encore is inspired by political deja vu, it's clear the revolution never truly retires.
British public declares Die Hard not a Christmas movie despite festive explosions. Seems the spirit of Christmas is more about tinsel than terrorists. Who knew the Yuletide cheer had a strict no ippee policy?
Oil prices climb after Black Sea pipeline attack, underscoring fragile energy security. When global stability is held hostage by a few screws and bolts, it's clear we're all just pawns on a petroleum chessboard.
Nature corrects electronic paper graphics, claims it enhances human understanding. When scientific precision hinges on pixel placement, it seems even brilliant minds need a little help coloring inside the lines.
Apparently, divine inspiration stops at the altar steps. Guess it's easier to move mountains than shake up centuries-old patriarchy.
Nature admits pressure blunder in water study, calls it an oversight. When even the forces of nature get misreported, you know science is just one typo away from rewriting the laws of physics.
OpenAI plans billion-dollar AI workforce, promises efficiency. When your coworker never sleeps or takes lunch, prepare for a world where even your coffee breaks are outperformed by a machine with zero caffeine intake.
Trump administration orders enhanced vetting for H-1B visa applicants, making tech dreams harder. Seems like the land of opportunity has a new slogan. Give us your tired, your poor, but only after a background check.
New Zealand man allegedly swallows $19,000 Fabergé egg, police still searching for evidence. When your digestive system becomes a heist movie plot, you might just be the star of a real-life egg gone in 60 seconds.
America's largest wildfire of the year incinerates thousands of acres, and Congress still debates climate change. When nature screams, wake up, but politicians hit snooze, we trade forest for ashes and call it learning.
Hegseth, with White House help, tries to distance himself from boat strike fallout like a captain abandoning ship. When the tide turns, some folks prefer lifeboats to accountability. Guess it's easier to float than to face the music.
In a world where minds are outsourced like cheap labor,
because nothing screams strategic like dismissing a billionaire who could buy and sell your ego with pocket change.
NATO raises Black Sea insurance rates by 250%, claiming it's a safety measure. As premiums skyrocket, Maritime safety turns into a high-stakes casino where the house never loses and sailors ante up their livelihoods.
As we navigate this digital labyrinth, even the hyperlinks seem to be as lost as our collective grasp on reality.
When Hollywood and politics collide, the script always seems to feature a plot twist of selective hearing and strategic amnesia.
Medline Inc. plans $5 billion IPO launch, calls it a game changer. In the world of corporate make-believe, $5 billion buys you a ticket to the illusion that healthcare giants have our best interests at heart.
Lenovo slashes $5,000 off select laptops, yet still can't fix your Wi-Fi.
Because nothing says creativity like recycling the same superhero, capes and galaxies far, far away until the end of time.
Only 1% of egg prices vary by location, and Target calls it market dynamics. When your breakfast becomes a data point, it's no joke that your wallet's the shell game.
Australian Senate inquiry backs FOI bill, while opposition calls it undemocratic. When a bill has fewer friends than a porcupine at a balloon party, maybe it's time to rethink the guest list.
King Charles hosts German president at Windsor, then claims it's history in the making. When monarchs play host, it's all tea, crumpets, and a dash of performative diplomacy.
When politicians feel threatened by democracy, they tend to swap ballots for bullets, proving that power loves a muzzle more than a mandate.
Republicans doubt Trump's cost-cutting strategy, yet he promises prosperity. When the party of fiscal hawks balks at their own leader's math, you know the budget's not just tight, it's choking on its own contradictions.
Over 1,000 artists boycott Israel, call it a stand against genocide. When melodies take a moral stance, it's a symphony of defiance against the dissonance of occupation.
Trump erases Biden's signatures, including pardons, like they never existed. When your predecessor's penmanship is treated like a bad tattoo, welcome to the world where presidential power means wielding an eraser instead of a pen.
HSBC executive praises China's AI energy supply while ignoring its coal addiction. It's like giving a gold star to the loudest kid in detention for his unique ability to disrupt class.
Victorian Parliament. Halts. As protester growls at Premier over youth crime bill.
French mayor jailed for sexting blackmail scandal claiming it was consensual. When politicians confuse public service with personal service, maybe they should remember that consent isn't a political debate topic.
City plans data-driven transport, yet traffic jams remain timeless. It's like strapping a jet engine to a Flintstones car. Fancy tech can't move the stone wheels of bureaucracy any faster.
Former Microsoft diff says Windows 11 needs its own XP SP2 moment, minus AI and bloat. When even Task Manager's creator calls for a system cleanse, maybe it's time to cut the digital fat and get back to basics.
Agoda's CEO predicts seamless travel for 2026, but turbulence fees still apply. Tech promises to smooth your vacation, but your wallet's the one getting the deep tissue massage from extra charges.
When your vacation turns into a survival reality show, maybe it's time for governments to prioritize rescue over rhetoric.
When the thrill of speculation is the only thing keeping traders awake, maybe it's time for a more electrifying love story.
Labour refuses standalone AI laws, instead offers public-private data free for all. It's a magical plan where your personal data is the genie and every corporation gets 3 wishes. Spoiler, none are for your benefit.
Victorian government cuts 1,000 jobs, promises a $4 billion miracle cure. Turns out the best way to save money is to fire the folks who keep the lights on. But hey, who needs executives when you've got austerity?
In the grim lottery of geopolitics, one family mourns while another waits, caught between borders and bureaucratic indifference.
Wealthy ranchers graze public lands, taxpayers fund their cattle's buffet. When the cows eat for free, it's the taxpayers who pick up the tab, while ranchers count their profits and laugh all the way to the bank.
Texas A&M researchers claim nanoflowers can reverse cellular aging, but the fountain of youth is still on backorder. In the race against time, scientists have weaponized nanoflowers, promising to turn back the clock while your skin cells still hit snooze.
Trump promises zero income tax for Americans, while the White House eyes new ways to pick your pocket. In a world where taxes vanish like a Vegas magic act, brace yourself for toll booths and subscription sidewalks.
Prague's Signal Festival dazzles with lights, then leaves the city to clean up the glittering chaos. As the electric glow fades, Prague's streets are left to nurse the hangover, proving that not all that glitters is gold. Sometimes it's just a mess.
Caitlin sits sterile neutrinos with 259 days of data, but the universe remains silent. In the cosmic game of hide and seek, these neutrinos are the ultimate hiders, eluding detection like a teenager dodging chores.
UK and Norway launch pact to hunt Russian spy ships, while James Bond rolls his eyes. In a real-life game of Battleship, the North Sea becomes a stage for espionage theater, complete with dramatic music and no popcorn.
US deploys attack drone squadron in the Middle East after copying Iranian tech, proving imitation is the sincerest form of military escalation. In the grand tradition of borrowing without asking, the US has turned a page from Iran's playbook, because who needs original ideas when you have drones?
Russian torpedo plant in Dagestan gets rocked by drone strike and Putin blames mosquitoes. As if torpedoes weren't explosive enough, now they're getting a taste of their own medicine. It's like a fireworks show with a Russian twist.
Amazon pulls AI-generated English dub of Banana Fish after backlash, claiming it was a creative experiment. Apparently, creative experiment is corporate speak for turning beloved art into a robot karaoke session. Next up, Shakespeare as performed by your toaster.
Trump delivers a marathon of false claims at cabinet meeting, proving that reality has no place in his political theatre. In a performance worthy of a Broadway run, Trump's cabinet meeting showcased fiction as fact, leaving truth with a serious identity crisis.
Mergers and acquisitions surge, leading to record drop in Japan's listed companies, blamed on market efficiency. When market efficiency means fewer choices, remember it's like calling a monopoly a one-stop shop.
Trump hosts Rwanda and DRC leaders for peace deal, then tweets about real estate. When peace talks are just a prelude to property pitches, you know diplomacy's taken a detour through the Trump Tower gift shop.
Trump administration pivots to robots 5 months after AI push, proving that even their attention span has an upgrade cycle. With the flick of a switch, they're now banking on robots to automate the art of distraction, while human needs get a firmware update.
Meta poaches Apple's design exec Alan Dye, calls it a visionary coup. In the tech world, talent is the new currency, and Meta's just bought itself a shiny new penny to make reality a bit more virtual.
Only 0% of Loudoun County buses stop in time, and the county calls it a tragic anomaly. In the race between progress and safety, it seems safety just missed the bus.
Google CEO Sundar Pichai warns of AI regulation risks, then invests billions in AI development. When the CEO of Google talks balance, it's like a tightrope walker juggling chainsaws, spectacular until you realize who's holding the safety net.
Only 12% of Tennessee voters switch parties, and analysts call it a seismic shift. When 12% is a seismic shift, you know political parties are building their castles on sand, praying for a miracle or a misstep.
SEC delays short sale disclosure deadline again, claims it's about precision. When transparency is as elusive as Bigfoot, you know the financial jungle is alive and well.
Republicans start turning against Pete Hegseth, citing integrity concerns. When even the party of selective outrage finds you too spicy, it's time to question your seasoning.
Paul Thomas Anderson defends 2025 films, says complainers should cool it. When a director lists movie titles like their Oscar nominations, you know, Hollywood's
still got more sequels than originality to offer.
Only 20% of pregnant women receive thyroid checks, and researchers call it progress. When the solution to complex neurodevelopment issues is a simple test, but the system treats it like a luxury, who's really failing our future?
Malaysia resumes search for flight MH370 11 years after disappearance. In a world where billionaires plan Mars vacations, it's comforting to know some mysteries are still unsolved and haunting our skies.
Oxford University Press names RageBait Word of the Year, calls it cultural insight. When the dictionary turns into a mirror, reflecting the click-driven chaos of our era, language morphs into a carnival of outrage, and we're all the clowns.
Draymond Green exits, Warriors game with foot injury, leaving fans hobbling in disbelief. Somewhere between the three-point line and the emergency room, the Warriors' hopes twisted an ankle. Maybe next time they'll draft a miracle.
Newsom slams CEOs for bowing to Trump, igniting a corporate roast. Watching CEOs squirm under Newsom's fiery critique is like seeing lions at a vegan dinner party. Uncomfortable, but somehow deeply satisfying.
Taiwan's foreign minister predicts year-long China spat as tensions simmer. Like a soap opera with no commercial breaks, this diplomatic drama promises more suspense than a year's worth of reality TV.
NVIDIA's AI chip shortages threaten gadget prices, proving even silicon dreams suffer inflation nightmares. When your smartphone costs more than your rent, just remember, it's not a glitch, it's the price of progress.
British public declares Die Hard not a Christmas movie despite enduring debate. It's as if the public just cancelled Santa's action-packed vacation, leaving Bruce Willis stuck in eternal holiday limbo.
BlackRock's Fink claims tokenization mirrors 1996 Internet, a nostalgic nod to when dial-up was revolutionary. If every CEO's prediction came true, we'd all be teleporting to work by now, not just tokenizing our coffee orders.
When your war strategy sounds like a bad sequel, you might need to rethink your script. This one's written in collateral damage.
FDA links COVID-19 vaccines to rare heart condition. Vaccine stocks drop. When Wall Street catches myocarditis and the market's pulse races, it's clear the only immunity here is against corporate accountability.
Microsoft Teams lets guests disable Defender because who needs security when you've got emojis? It's like inviting a vampire into your house and then removing the garlic, perfect for those who enjoy a little chaos with their collaboration.
Activist Barrington Siddle Group pushes bill holding sale, joins corporate raider club. When billionaires play Monopoly with real companies, employees are just the little greenhouses they trade for quick profits.
Nigel Farage secures £9 million donation, calls Tory merger inevitable. When political parties merge like corporate giants, democracy becomes a buy one get one free offer at the expense of choice.
Justice Department drops final Trump case, because why hold a grudge when you can hold a golf club? It's like watching a soap opera, where the villain always wins, reminding us reality is just a poorly written script.
Trump halts immigration from 19 countries, claims it's about security, not scapegoating. When borders turn into walls, the land of the free becomes the land of selective citizenship, building barriers instead of bridges.
Japanese government plans higher departure tax, proving that leaving Japan is now the ultimate luxury experience. It's like they're saying, thanks for visiting, now pay us more for the privilege of leaving. Who knew exits could be so exclusive?
Halle Berry slams Gavin Newsom's presidential prospects, cites his Hollywood connections as reason. When celebrity endorsements become political red flags, it's a sign the red carpet should stay far from the Oval Office.
Only 10% of music projects find sustainable support, and most rely on crowdfunding. When your favorite artist becomes a part-time marketer, you know the music industry's harmony is way off key.
Only 20% of post-punk bands reach mainstream recognition, and Fontaine's DC is still dreaming. When your lucid dreams involve more Spotify streams than Sleek, you might be in a post-punk band.
PETA demands Alice in Chains renamed for Circus Elephant, because nothing screams animal rights like rebranding a grunge band. Next, they'll ask Pearl Jam to switch to Vegan Spread and Nirvana to Peaceful Bliss. Apparently, saving animals is all about the playlist.
Only 10% of new age tracks soothe existential dread, and Polly's melody is just another lullaby. When your small melody can't out-hum the anxiety, it's less Zen garden, more music purgatory.
Trump promises military tribunal for Obama at midnight, then praises his own bedtime routine. When political theater turns insomnia into a conspiracy circus, it's time to wonder if his nightcap is a red pill.
Only 15% of millennials recognize 1985 movie gems, and TikTok calls it retro education. When your film curriculum includes The Goonies and Back to the Future, it's basically a crash course in mullets and DeLoreans. Welcome to the VHS era, kids.
UK and US announce zero-tariff pharma deal, ignore NHS price hike. When free trade means free for corporations but costly for public health, it's not a deal, it's a diagnosis.
Alison Roman releases Pantry Cooking Cookbook, features truffle oil. When pantry staples include luxury ingredients, it's less about budget and more about bougie aspirations masquerading as culinary wisdom.
Putin schedules meeting with Witkoff, then calls for more tanks. Peace plans and tanks, the ultimate Russian nesting dolls of diplomacy. When your idea of negotiation involves heavy artillery, maybe you're not ready for the Nobel Peace Prize just yet.
Trump administration targets driverless trucking, promises job creation. Because nothing says job creation like replacing human drivers with robots, turbocharging unemployment while claiming it's the future of American innovation.
Carlyle Group plans majority stake in Indian mortgage firm, claims local growth focus. In the grand tradition of global finance, Carlyle's strategy for local growth involves buying up the neighborhood and charging you to live in it.
Costco sues Trump administration for tariff refund, claims overcharged at register. When bulk buying capitalism demands a refund, you know the free market's gone rogue. Seems Costco wants to return Trump's tariffs like an oversized pack of toilet paper, except this one's wiping out profits, not messes.
Trump administration targets New Orleans in immigration crackdown, dubs it Operation Caterpillar Crunch. In a move that screams subtlety is for the weak, Trump names a crackdown after a local dog breed, proving once again that irony is bipartisan.
White House confirms Hegseth authorized second strike on drug vote, labels it decisive action. When your war on drugs involves missile strikes, maybe it's time to ask if you're fighting narcotics or just auditioning for an action movie.
A webinar promises AI tools for cybercrime, then offers security tips. It's like attending a lock-picking class to learn about bolt cutters. First, they hand out the blueprints for chaos, then sell you the antidote. In tech's Wild West, even the sheriffs might be hustling snake oil.
Only 20% of people believe in the comb shed, Earth theory, and conspiracy theorists call it a missed opportunity.
Paramount accuses Warner Bros. Of unfair bidding, favors Netflix. It's a Hollywood drama without the script, where studio execs play the villains and Netflix gets the starring role. When the moguls bicker, the real casualty is creativity, left on the cutting room floor while they bicker over who gets to wear the crown.
EU bans Russian gas imports permanently, calls it energy independence while still cozying up to coal. When you kick one addiction and swap it for another, it's less detox and more rehab with a side of hypocrisy.
Congress warns of unprecedented AI threats and funds another data center in Virginia. It's like raising the alarm about a fire and then handing out matches as party favors.
Only 20% of RFK Jr.'s claims hold water, and still he sails on. The anti-vax crusader marches on while the CDC faces an existential crisis, like a horror movie villain who just won't die. It's a twisted tale where misinformation reigns and science gets thrown under the conspiracy bus.
MKB HD shuts down Pano's wallpaper app. Because
Hegseth cites fog of war after boat strike, blames weather. When in doubt, blame the clouds for your bad aim and hope no one remembers you have radar.
Politicians face threats every 10 minutes, yet democracy claims it's thriving. In the grand theatre of freedom, the curtain call involves dodging bullets and ducking for cover. Politicians are now action heroes in a bad B-movie where the stakes are real and the applause is a distant memory.
Foo Fighters announced benefit concert for Grohl's 57th birthday. Ticket prices skyrocket. Because nothing says charity like squeezing your fans for every last dime while pretending it's all about the love.
Go admits to headwinds after Tennessee election, blames the weather. When your political strategy leans on meteorology, expect the forecast to predict more than scattered showers of voter discontent. Maybe it's time the GOP checked their internal climate change policy before they're swept away by a hurricane of their own making.
Only 12.7% of Bulgarians report disabilities, and the EU calls it progress. Meanwhile, Latvia's 41% disability rate suggests they've replaced healthcare with a game of survival of the fittest.
Israel competes in Eurovision 2026, claims art transcends war crimes. Boycotting countries like the Netherlands refuse to applaud a nation that treats human rights like a costume change.
Only 4% of US businesses refuse emotional support animals, and they call it inclusivity. When your local cafe is a Noah's Ark of emotional support creatures, expect your latte to come with a side of fur, feathers, or scales. At this rate, the only thing truly endangered is your allergy medication supply.
South Korea's housing prices rise by 40% so far this as hope become as rare as unicorns. The central bank sits back. Admire its masterpiece of inaccessible luxury.
John M. True claims AI couldn't create Wicked's best scene, and Twitter's been arguing ever since. In a world where AI writes hit songs and scripts, Chu's faith in human creativity is as quaint as a flip phone at a tech convention. Perhaps the real magic lies in convincing us that AI isn't already pulling the strings behind the curtain.
Amazon launches AI chip to challenge Nvidia. Google claims it's revolutionary. When you're a trillion-dollar titan, rushing is just another word for praying the duct tape holds until the press leaves.
European Commission proposes reparations loan to Ukraine using frozen Russian assets. When life gives you frozen assets, make debt cocktails and call it a peace offering with a side of moral high ground.
Russia's war drones exploit Starlink, outmaneuvering Pentagon restrictions. In the digital age, even war games come with Wi-Fi, and the signal seems stronger than the resolve to shut it down.
UK government doubles refugee homelessness in 2 years, calls it a challenge. Doubling down on despair. The UK government treats refugee homelessness like a game of Monopoly.
Zelensky seeks EU backing while Witkoff cozies up to Russia. When your peace envoy's GPS points to Moscow, maybe it's time to question whose peace they're really planning. Bank of America predicts AI air pockets plus consumer struggles will sink stocks in 2026. When your financial future hinges on robots and shoppers playing nice, you might want to start hoarding canned goods instead of stocks.
Toy companies hide toxic metals in children's toys, call it a surprise feature. Imagine unwrapping a toy only to find it comes with a side of heavy metal poisoning. It seems like toy companies have turned childhood into a game of Russian roulette, where the real playtime is with your health.
Trump threatens trade deal exit next year, then blames everyone else for economic chaos. When your international strategy is a game of chicken, don't be surprised if your allies start shopping for new cars.
Third Russian oil tanker hit by explosions in a week, and Besiktas Shipping calls it unfortunate maritime activities. When your oil transport becomes a fireworks show, maybe it's time to rethink the route or the cargo, or both.
Right-wing pundit accuses Harris of lying to sell books, but he's the one writing fiction. It's like accusing a firefighter of arson while you roast marshmallows on the blaze. Shapiro's hot takes are more about sparking outrage than shedding light. But hey, everyone's got to sell something, right?
Doomed ants release death scent, making self-sacrifice smell like heroism. When your last gasp is a chemical SOS, you're either the ultimate team player or just tired of being an ant.
Trump eases mileage rules, accelerates climate chaos. In the race to the bottom, fuel efficiency is the first casualty, because who needs a planet when you have cheaper SUVs?
Nigerian kidnappers abduct 300 students, leaving families in agonizing uncertainty. When silence is the ransom, the price is paid in parental heartbreak and sleepless nights. It's a cruel game where hope is the only currency, and the stakes are unbearably high.
Matt Van Epps wins Tennessee seat, keeps GOP grip. The GOP clutches its power with the desperation of a toddler holding onto a prized toy, while democracy plays the role of the forgotten teddy bear.
Aerie offers 65 Cyber Monday deals, promises outdoor bliss.
Dollar General boosts sales while rivals flounder. In the retail rodeo, Dollar General's lassoed the bargain-hunting masses, proving once again that in America the dollar is mightier than the cents.
Justice Department considers charging James Comey again, this time without Lindsay Halligan. Because nothing screams justice like a do-over with a new main character. Maybe next they'll try prosecuting with a magic 8-ball or a Ouija board for some real legal innovation.
Trump plans Oval Office meeting about Venezuela. Sources say it's on a Tuesday. Nothing like a cozy Oval Office chat to solve a crisis half a hemisphere away. Maybe they'll exchange empanada recipes and call it foreign policy.
Only 30% of injured mice recover with interrupted sleep. Researchers call it a wake-up call. Turns out, even mice need their beauty sleep to heal, while the rest of us can barely get a decent nap without a global crisis interrupting.
Maybe he plans to lull voters to sleep with promises of soft landings, but let's hope they don't wake up to a nightmare.
U.S. tightens immigration work permits, celebrating the art of making life harder for those who just want to work.
Because nothing says land of opportunity like a bureaucratic chokehold on anyone seeking a better life.
Dictators abolish jury trials, proving that the only thing more terrifying than a jury of your peers is a dictator's unchecked power. When justice is left to a single hand, you know that hand's gonna be a fist.
Mexico's political risk matches Peru's, while Sheinbaum's support sinks like a stone in a cenote. With cartels running the show and the economy in a siesta, Sheinbaum's approval is the piñata nobody wants to hit.
Euphoria reveals Season 3 launch date, but Cassie and Nate's wedding is the real drama. In a world where glitter tears are currency, Cassie and Nate's nuptials promise a spectacle surpassing any high school prom meltdown.
Pentagon clears Pete Hegseth on signal leaks after admitting he breached protocol with his personal phone. Apparently, the Pentagon's new slogan is "Violate first, educate later," because who needs privacy when you've got plausible deniability?
UK and Norway forge combat fleet to hunt Russian submarines, while fish wonder if they've joined NATO. The North Sea's turning into a high-stakes game of battleship, where the only winners are the defence contractors cashing in on aquatic paranoia.
Military officers seize power in Guinea-Bissau, call it a sham to keep things fresh. With 9 coups since 1974, they're less ruling and more just taking turns playing dictator, like a twisted game of musical chairs.
Amazon's dynamic pricing shocks U.S. schools, labeling it a cost-cutting innovation. Nothing says education like teaching kids economics through the chaos of fluctuating glue stick prices, turning math class into a live stock market simulation.
Scientists shield humanized mice from allergies for a year, claim a breakthrough in vaccination. When even lab mice get better healthcare than most humans, it's a sign that maybe we should start genetically modifying our priorities.
James Patterson offers happy life tips in list form, but leaves out the one about dodging book critics. When a best-selling author doles out life advice, it's like getting cooking tips from a fast food chain. Efficient, but you'll still be hungry for substance.